Hey, yo, flyers. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm the Flying Fabio. This is Sunny, and welcome back to the channel, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. It's been a little bit, hasn't it? It has been a little bit. And yours truly isn't at 100%, as you guys probably know. But I miss you guys, and I need to stream, man. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. All right, let's get some tunes going here, guys. Sure, we'll do this and we'll do this. Yeah, good. Hello, everybody. Hey, Joey Bolo, how are you, man? How's it going? Yeah, Prispo J, absolutely.
Ronsolo_65 just resubscribed for 9 months.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much, man. As a matter of fact, guys, I haven't streamed since I got back from Flight Sim Expo, right? And that means I only got some of the alerts of lots of follows, but also some subscriptions and bits that happened during my talk. I had a little talk during Flight Sim Expo. So I want to thank Lasser, Rustafar, Rob Valkyrie with a, by the way, Rustafar and Lasser were tier 1 subs, right? Rob Valkyrie was a $6.50 donation. Sin cheered 500. Ibanez, hey Ibanez, what's up, man? You cheered 500 too. White Leg cheered 100. Booms gifted a tier 1 sub. And Luxionica gifted a tier 1 sub. That's amazing, guys. So again, I didn't even know until I came in today. And of course, Ron Solo. 9 months. That's a Twitch baby, Ron. How are you, buddy? Yeah, Oro, good to be back, man. Good to be back. My personal dentist. Cheers, guys. I hope you have something delicious to sip. Oh, that's hot and delicious. Whew. Thanks, Ron. I don't have the normal energy, man. I'll be honest. Can't believe it's already been a week. Oh my God, Carefree Gary. What's up, Gary? How's it going, buddy? Gary was in person over there at FSC, and we met. As a matter of fact, I have a couple of pictures I wanted to show. I don't have a picture, unfortunately, of everybody that I met up with. I just have a couple of pictures. Hey, Edo. Hello, sir. How's Tokyo today? Let's see here. Oh, Skippo. Did you enjoy Flight Expo, and are you looking forward to X-Plane 12?
Did you enjoy Flight Expo, and are you looking forward for X-Plane 12?
Yes to both. Yes to both. I enjoy Flight Sim Expo tremendously, guys. It's such a good professional industry event. I was really blown away by how organized it was, right? How thought out it was. I mean, check this out. And I know, you know, it's not just the Flight Sim Expo, guys. It's all the partners that partnered to make this happen. So all the platinum sponsors, you know, they had different levels of sponsorships. Hey, girl. And for example, look at this. This is super cool.
9 months. Joey Bolo 77.
Joey Bolo gifting a tier 1 sub to my dad. What's up, Joey? And Nika Boss. Yes, I was going to talk about you too, Nika Boss, because you impressed me so much, man.
For 5 months.
Thank you very much, dude. Thank you. But look at this. This is you probably have seen this already, right? It's a Thrustmaster face mask. It says FS Expo there, right here, right? So it's hashtag FS Expo, and it simulates an oxygen mask. Well, I suppose I gotta take this off, right? It's pretty cool, though. Look at this. That's awesome, right? Little details like this, I think, made the show. I really do. And props to Flight Sim Expo and all the partners, all the sponsors, because, man, holding an event during today's times, not easy, and they did it safely. They did it really well. They even had a really well thought out system. I thought it's super simple, but you know, one of those systems that's like simple and brilliant, and it just works. Oh, it's Nomad. Thanks for the 100 bits, man. I appreciate that. Valeu, Oka. Valeu, mano. They had a system where on your name tag, we all had lanyards and name tags, right? And on your name tag, you'd put a sticker, and it could be green, yellow, or red. And it indicated to anybody approaching you how comfortable you
Rock
were
Savage 69
being close
just
to other people.
resubscribed for 4 months.
Right, Rock Savage, what's up, man? Thank you very much. So for example, if you are green, that means, hey, I'm up for handshakes, hugs, whatever you like, right? Yellow is like some contact, but let's limit it. And red is like, hey, I'd rather keep my distance, right? Hey, Raid, what's going on, man? Yeah, exactly. Nika Boss was there. He's saying here too, it was extremely organized. It was a pleasant experience. Really amazing. Props to everybody involved in Flight Sim Expo and to everybody that attended. Several of you guys that I met there was super, super, super cool. We did the first ever FOF meetup. It was a huge success. It was awesome. It was really, really, really awesome. And of course, seeing the stuff that was being shown at the show. So X-Plane 12. So here's a picture of me when I realized I may have to try X-Plane 12. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hey, Xbox Gamer, how's it going, man? No, I'm looking forward to X-Plane 12, man. X-Plane 12 looking pretty promising. Yeah, look, even if I don't fly these other sims, we all benefit from having these other sims, right? From them existing, from having competition. Competition is good for us, period. Right? Restoring, thank you very much for that, buddy. I appreciate that.
Restoring 226 just resubscribed for 5 months.
Oh, also. Wow. Okay, sorry. Oops Gloops, 9 months. Another Twitch baby. Let's go, buddy. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, exactly, with Dobson. Exactly. Storm, didn't purchase any new goodies. No, I don't have a budget for that right now. Yeah, so by the way, just to be clear, I put this in Discord yesterday, but not everybody checks Discord, right? So, hey, restoring. Oh, I did, thank you, sorry. Brain's working a little slower today. A little slower. Hey, Guybrush, how are you, man? How's it going? So, yeah, I don't have COVID. From what we can tell, I've been tested and it's been negative. So I think it's just a cold, just a bad cold. I haven't traveled in a plane for a while, so my immune system is probably not up to scratch, right? So that's probably all it is. Thanks, Askew. We'll get there, buddy. We'll get there. Yeah, Kyber, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? That would be awesome. Good morning, Callie. Yeah, so let me read a little chat, because I haven't spent time here talking to you guys, man. So Luxionica said, been a long week without your streams. I missed the FS Expo streams because of a concussion. Oh my god, dude, you okay? Holy crap. Those can be pretty serious, Luxionica. I hope you're okay. Yeah, FS Expo was incredible. We'll talk a little more about it. Good morning, says Ibanez. Hope you're well, and welcome back. Missed you and the FOF. Thanks, buddy. Right back at you. JM Knights, what's going on, man? Hey, 777. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. Yes. Good to be on the mend. Good to be on the mend. So this is fascinating. I have I started using Chatterino. I think it was Dust Ninja that recommended it. Somebody recommended it. Whoever it was, thank you so much. Pretty awesome. And man, it's awesome. Chatterino is awesome. And you can replace your Twitch chat, at least on desktop, with Chatterino. So worth having a look. Oh, that's awesome, Scott. Yeah, so it was my first time. CD, L, and Factual Gold were both there.
For 12 months.
It was my
Stay
first
awesome
time meeting them in person. Stay awesome.
El
Thanks, Zestran. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. And Rastafari with 500 bits. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Wage Squeeze. How's it going, man? Bom dia, bom dia. Been traveling. Glad to be back. Yeah, me too, Wage. Well, a little bit, but still traveling. Yeah, CD and Factor actually stayed an extra day. Abby and I came back Sunday afternoon. Man. So, for us to be able to make the trip, we needed to find some cheap tickets, which we did. Relatively cheap. Tickets are more expensive now than they were pre-COVID. I think it's pretty obvious why. But we flew Spirit, right? And it was fine. It was totally fine. The problem were the layovers, because Spirit doesn't fly. They fly to San Diego, but they don't fly direct to San Diego from Columbus. You have to stop. And so we stopped in Vegas, And it was great because Abby had never seen Vegas, and you guys saw, right? We streamed on the way there from the airport, and that was fun. It was the first time I ever streamed from my phone. So thanks for all that showed up, and yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, good fixings, exactly. But they were fine as an airline. They were totally fine. The planes are brand new. They were A320. Actually, no, one was CEO, one was NEO, but still, totally fine service. What? Yeah, the flight attendants were awesome. That's true. Forgot that. Yeah. Yeah. We were in 4 different flights, right? Columbus to Vegas, Vegas to San Diego, back to Vegas, Vegas to Columbus. So 4 different crews. And every single one was like, not just like, oh, they were nice. They were way above the average. Like everybody's super happy, great service, super like customer service centric. It was really, really nice experience, except for the layovers. But we made the best out of the layovers. Abby had never seen Vegas, and so on the way there, we had a 5-hour layover. Not enough to really go see the city. So we stayed at the airport, streamed with you guys. On the way back, thanks, I will Carefree. Or Gary, right? Just say Gary. And thanks for coming to FSC, Gary. It was really nice to see you. And Gary brought his wife too, and we had a wonderful time. Yeah, Susie, right, Gary? Is that right? Yeah, we say hi to Susie. So, yeah, exactly, Nika Boss. By the way, Nika Boss, what I wanted to say before I forget, I gotta say all these things. Nika Boss was there. And Nika, I hope it's okay that I say this. Maybe some people will judge you. Hopefully they'll judge you the right way. Yeah, it's Susie. That's awesome, Gary. Say hi to her. Thanks, man. Nika Boss also has a great partner in his life. Him and his wife just had a little baby, so he's got a newborn at home. But he really, really, really wanted to attend Flight Sim Expo, and it was going to be his first one. And so she stayed home with the newborn to allow Nika Boss to come over. Nika Boss, by the way, lives in the United States. I'll keep it that way, Nika Boss, but he's from Nicaragua. And I remember that Nika Boss because I have a friend that's from El Salvador. And just an amazing guy, right? You can tell that he's got an amazing partner that allowed him to do this. He came to the meetup, he came to the session. It was just awesome to see, that side of the community, right? We talk about this all the time, how I can't do this without Abby, right? And lots of you guys can't do what you do without your partner. It was awesome to see all the partners that showed up at Flight Sim Expo too. And clear indication that that's the case, and not just like, oh, let's go to San Diego just because it's fun. No, they're a part of the community, right? They may not fly the sim, but they're a part of the community. So it was really awesome to see all these people there. Nika, congratulations, man. You have an amazing wife, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. Barley, yep, I know, right? I know. Bom dia, mano. Boa sexta. Yeah, I started with just chatting because I'm not really sure what we're doing today, to be honest. Yeah, sorry, Rookie. I saw that I ran out of time, buddy. Let's see if we can make this happen. Hello. Oh, what an idiot. Hello? Rookie. I used to be good at those. Hi, girl. So, on the way back, we left Sunday afternoon, and I should probably do like chronologically, like how the whole story played out. But so we had a 9-hour layover. We left San Diego. They actually moved our flight up, so we left San Diego earlier than we expected. Hey, Captain Seppi, let's go, buddy.
Subscribed for 5
Thank
months.
you, man. I appreciate that.
Hello. Captain Seppi
was there too.
Good morning,
with his
Fabio
wife, who we had already met on the way back from Florida, but it was so awesome to see them too. So, at any rate, we had a 9-hour layover in Vegas. We left at like lunchtime, San Diego, got to Vegas, went to the strip, walked around. We're not gamblers, but we did gamble just for, hey, we're here, might as well do it. So we stopped at different casinos just to see what they look like, the hotels. And so we played, and we actually won We played like a dollar slots, right? We played dollar slots. So we play once at each casino. We play $5, so 5 tries, but only those tries. And if we won, we had to stop. And we actually won some money, like $20, right? Whatever. But it was nice. So, you know, we got to see the strip. We walked around, had some food. Actually, we went to In-N-Out in Vegas. We didn't have time to go to In-N-Out. Well, when we had time, it didn't work. When we were in San Diego, Abby had never been to In-N-Out. I had been once. So we went to In-N-Out in Vegas and then did walked around, saw the place, then went back to the hotel. But then the flight home, man, it was a long flight. It was a long flight. Yeah, Seppi, exactly. Long flight because it's only 3.5 hours, but it started at, 11:30 Vegas time. We got here like 6 a.m. The plane was nice, but it's low fare, right? So the seats don't recline. You're packed in like sardines, so I couldn't sleep. And then I got sick. But I'd do it all over again. It was totally worth it. It was awesome. Right? Oh, Coulter. Come on, man. Coulter. Damn it. Damn it. All right. Damn. I'm trying to think of what else I'm going to say instead of Vegas. Hey, by the way, I see all these coming in. So Naughty Gnome, thanks for the 100 bits. Aristarchus, 6 months at a Prime sub. Thanks, buddy. Let's go, Aristarchus. Good to see you, man. And Old School. MN? Is that Minnesota? Hey, Old School, thank you so much, man. Okay, so Sassenach Hunter says, I watched your talk. I had a little talk there. And it hit me deep, dude. I thought I had a respect for you, but after watching that, the respect has grown to a new level. Understand you are appreciated more than you know. Wow, Sassenach. Thank you, man. Wow, dude. Wow. I'm letting that sink in. Whew. Sin City's a good one, Speednut. Thank you. That's awesome. And randomized, that's awesome, Speednut. That's fantastic, dude. Wow, Sassenach, thank you very much for saying that, dude. I'm glad you watched the talk. I think a few of you did. Got it. Thanks, Rock. I think a few of you did. I had such a good time, man. Such a good time during that talk. It was funny, too. Right? So I'll tell you the whole Flight Sim Expo story. Talk was great. Thanks, Crom. Oh, my God, hey, Plato. No, Callie, I didn't. Callie, going to a show like this, in my position, pretty busy, right? So I didn't even, for example, I wanted to talk to Turtle Beach. Didn't get a chance to talk to them. Wanted to talk to Honeycomb. Didn't get a chance to talk to them. I'm still going to talk to them via email, right? Because I have some ideas, but it'd be nice to do it in person. Didn't even put my hands on the Turtle Beach hardware that was there, right? Their new combined yoke and throttle console. So let me back up. Oh my God, Luxiotica, thanks, man. You guys. Hey, Nico, how's it going, buddy? How are you? Sorry, Nico Delta 213 was gonna come, then couldn't come. Sorry you got stuck in New York, buddy. We missed you. No idea, Malaise. I forgot to ask why Elmo was there. It was there from the get-go. Like the opening session already had Elmo there, so they put it there for a reason, right? But I figured they were going to explain, and they didn't. And I was like, okay, well, when I go up,
for 9 months of flying with the best.
Thanks, buddy. Twitch baby right there. Appreciate that. When I go up, maybe I'll ask her something, and then I forgot, right? Because you get just worried about your talk. Moi moi to Pixie. Moi. Moin. There's an N at the end. I think you forgot, no? FS Elmo. Expo sounds like Elmo. I don't know. Maybe. Could be. Yes. Yes, David Lewis. There is. Well, actually, here on my channel, David, because I streamed it. You know what? At the risk of being really, really weird, I think I'm going to watch the talk. I haven't watched the talk. I don't really know what I said because this was going to be part of my story. I never really wrote or prepared anything for that talk. And I'll admit to it, because it's how I usually do these talks, right? Abby was really nervous because she hasn't seen me do a talk before. And so she's like, hey, did you write something? I was like, don't worry, I got this, right? So like she, and then she kept going to like easier stuff. She's like, okay, maybe just an outline? Are you going to have an outline? And I'm like, yeah, maybe. I think I got it. I really just wanted to tell the story, right? Luxionica, yeah. Some parts were not shown or taken out. What do you mean, Adventure? I haven't seen it yet. Haha, Larger, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. I honestly think I am. It's not hard for me to do it. I don't get nervous or anything. Usually that's what gets people, right? Usually what gets people in a public talk like that is the fact that you get nervous. And when you get nervous, then, you start to forget stuff or you stutter or whatever. It doesn't look that you're comfortable up there. So being able to not be nervous is a huge it's a huge thing in any public appearance, right? And yeah, Larger, I am naturally not nervous in a situation like that, so that helps a lot. Nika Boss, so I haven't seen it yet. That's why I'm like, maybe I should watch it here. I think I don't know, is that too weird? Maybe it's too weird. I don't know. I don't know. Where? What? No. Hey, at least I remember Fiji. Dude, Luxiotic, I have no idea how nervous I was that I wasn't going to come up with the right answer, man. Haha, Sassanage, thanks, buddy. Rodopsit, actually, I would probably have walked around a lot more if I hadn't talked to Bill, the cameraman, beforehand. Yes, Betsy, you're very right. A slight nervousness can be great. Yes, agreed. I wish I had that sometimes, because sometimes I'm too comfortable doing it, right? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so... Oh, here it is. But before I do this, let me show you guys. Okay, so just a couple of shots from Flight Sim Expo. Just a wonderful time, man. So here we go, guys. This shot right here, obviously me and Abby. Then over here, we have CDL, Mustafa, Arctic Tern over here. At the end, we have Citizen and his wife over here. Then we have Sky Command. Hiding a little bit behind here is Factual Goal, which is CD's partner. Then we have Joey Bolo, who's a local in San Diego. What's up, Joey Bolo? Joined us the whole time. It was really awesome. And then some intruder. We couldn't get rid of him. All right. Then we also have this picture here. So this was right after my talk, right? Adventure. This was right after the talk. So there's Joey Bolo, Factual Go, Arctic Tern, CDL in his full getup. Yep, that's right. CDL wore this getup for most of the show. That's awesome. And Factual Go, sorry. She had a getup too. Amazing. The same one they use on stream. Amazing job. Captain Seppi, II, and that intruder again. II, sir, showed up for my talk. He actually wasn't there for much. He had other stuff to do around San Diego, but he stopped by for the talk. So awesome to meet him in person. Same for Captain Seppi, although I had already met him, right? But Captain Seppi, freaking legend. Joey Bolo was my first time meeting him in person. First time meeting Arctic Tern in person. First time meeting Factual Go CDL. See, I'm getting more excited as I talk about it and feeling better just thinking about it. Joey. Uh-huh. Let's see here. GNAC, not sure yet, buddy. Not sure yet. Great times, yeah. That's right, Coulter. That is correct, buddy. That is correct. Does he, Larger? Does he? Yes, Mechanical. No doubt. Hey, Mechanical, how are you, buddy? I haven't talked to you in a little bit. How's it going, bud? All right. Oh my God, it was amazing. Yep. Carefree Gary was there. Let's see, who was there that's not on the picture? So Carefree Gary was there. A few people. Nika Boss was there. Didn't get a picture with him. Oh man, I'm gonna forget some people, I think. Oof. Anyways, it was amazing. Sheed, that's right. Actually, I have a picture with Sheed, but it's on my phone. That's right, JCT. Thanks very much, man. So Sheed, Sheed is friends with Evan. Evan, one of the founders of Flight Sim Expo, and one of the guys that runs. Evan and Phil are the founders of Flight Sim Expo. They run it. Amazing job, right? But they have a team that helps them. They have volunteers. Sheed is one of the volunteers. I think him and Evan know each other from the airline side because they both fly for the airlines, right? And it was awesome to meet him in person. Come on, kitty. You can come up. No, just false alert. False alarm. Hey, Rodonico, how are you, man? How's it going? Hey, Sammy, what's going on? Oh, let me see, Dalmatian. Is it in memes? Is it in memes? Anyways, it was amazing. It was an amazing trip. And so nice to be able to get out. It's been a while, you know? Rodonica was very long, but we made it, man. But thanks for asking. Thank you for asking. All right, let's see. Dalmatian, are we talking about the one from Booms? No, I don't think so. That's funny, but I don't know that that's a... Oh, I see. I see. That's funny. Look at this Dalmatian posted. This is a picture of Abby. Yes, I brought her on stage. If you haven't seen the talk, I'm going to play it now because I actually want to see what I talked about. I don't even remember. But I called Abby up there. She went, and this is Dalmatian saying, well, Fabio, with teeth clenching tight, you just had to steal my spotlight, didn't you? Abby, also with clenched teeth. Yes, I did. That's funny, dude. Oh, nice, nice. Okay, so Adventure. Why wasn't Microsoft the Sobo there? That's a good question, Adventure. Nobody really seems to know the answer to that. Or, better yet, I'm sure some people do, but they're not talking. They were invited. CD is now the community manager for Microsoft Flight Simulator, right? Working with Jane. But he wasn't there in an official position, right? He was there because he wanted to go there from a personal level. So yeah, Microsoft was not there officially. Of course, CD took notes and he's taking things back to Microsoft, right? But officially Microsoft wasn't there. No, don't know why. Don't know why. I did talk to Jane way before the show. At the time I talked to Jane, and you know these things change, right? And so who knows what it is now. At the time I talked to Jane, Microsoft had, for at least for the Microsoft Flight Simulator team, they could not travel because of COVID, right? So, and it tends to happen in big companies like this. They have these sort of, you know, sweeping procedures or resolutions, and you can't get waivers. Anyways, whatever it is, they weren't there. Yeah, industry reconnaissance. Yeah, Rockin', I think so too. But that being said, Rockin' Rimmer, and again, who knows why? Maybe it's not COVID, maybe it's something else. Don't know. But interestingly, right before the show, X-Plane also pulled out. They didn't pull out fully. They still had, I think, 2 people there. But basically, the presentation they were going to do there, they did remotely. And it was because of COVID restrictions and concerns. So, who knows? You know what I mean, Rockin' Rimmer? Yeah, SpeedNet. Okay, so they do have a standing order on that, sounds like. They might have a travel policy. Yeah, exactly. So, it could be as simple as that, right? It could be as simple as they couldn't travel. Oh, can you imagine, Dalmatian? Can you imagine? Right, so that's the other thing, right, Dredd? For any European to get into the United States nowadays, you have to go to Mexico for 2 weeks. Asobo couldn't afford to do that, right? Not financially, it's just a time issue. Like, can you imagine having that team? And yeah, they can work remotely, but it's not the same, right? So, they weren't going to be here. That makes sense. The local people, sounds like they may have some travel restrictions too. Wait. How do I even say that name? T-I-T-Y Watch? Twitch? Twitch. T-Y. T-Y. Okay. What's going on, T-Y? Twitch, says Crom. Yeah, Skippo. That's old, buddy. That's old. Forgot to turn it off. I always forget the bot, man. Sorry. You guys know what's up. Yes, exactly, Dread. Exactly. Oh, TY Witch. Got it. Hey, TY, what's going on? I am horrible with names, so par for the course. Hey, TY, what's going on? I don't know that we know each other yet, do we? Maybe we do. I don't know. Hey, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Sounds like you know some people here. Hello, Eagle Eye. Hey, Eagle Eye. One of our newest C1 controllers in VetSim. Congratulations, Eagle Eye. Sorry I couldn't be there, buddy. I tried. Thank you, Naga. Appreciate that, buddy. Good to see you. Tempanamek. I do remember Tempanamek, the Pixie. Great memory, dude. Great memory. No, as a matter of fact, this is dark blue, but the chroma key kind of screws that up. So dark blue. Actually, my jeans are dark blue too, so I'm dark blue. No worries, Captain. Thanks for the raid last time. Absolutely. I appreciate your help. Hey, Payhan, what's going on? Man, lots of people here. Got it, Callie. Got it. Thank you. Had a big celebration for yesterday. Yes, Eagle Eye. That's amazing, dude. And I'm going to be flying in your skies sometime soon, I'm sure. Yeah, I see that. Larger. Look, Sionica. Payhan, I missed you guys too, man. It's actually amazing to me just to think about like how the stream has become a part of my life and how really sort of what a big part of my life it is right now. You know what I mean? Not having it this week, don't get me wrong, I didn't really have the energy to stream. I slept a lot for the past few days, but man, I miss being here. Like, really miss being here. You know? No wage, by whom? Kelly. I do have a horrendous memory, by the way. My memory is awful. Well, Ernest, exactly. But I didn't really miss any other full-time job I've had in my life like this, you know? Eagle Eye, that's funny. That's funny. Hey, from a cloudy Cape Town. Hey, Sydney, how's it going, buddy? Your talk at Expo was not only informative, but also very inspirational. Wow, man. Thank you for that. We're going to watch it again, because I actually haven't watched it. You're like, what are you talking about? You gave it. Yeah, I don't really know what I said. I just kind of got up there and talked. Yes, we are going to take a look at that too, Ferrelli. I just heard Santiago, one of the mods here. Hey, Slarty. You too, buddy. Welcome home. Thank you. One of the mods here, Santiago, told me there's some 737 news, so I haven't read it yet. I found the post on the forum by Rob. Haven't read it yet, and I haven't talked to Rob in a little bit, so I'm curious to see what's going on. Oh, nice. Oh, that's a good one, Mechanical. Not yet, Luxionica. To be honest, I didn't even know the Junker had released already. Yeah, there you go, Speednut. Exactly, Game Film Day. Eagle Eye, CTL? Hey, II is here. By the way, II, thank you. Thank you for the recommendation of what to eat at In-N-Out. II said, hey, you know, obviously get whatever you want, but here's what I would get. It was a double animal style, which apparently is a very popular choice. To be honest, I don't even know what animal style means. Double, I think it's because there's two patties. I don't care. It was amazing. Like, amazing. So, II, thank you so much. By the way, II, I also am a hamburger enthusiast. So we'll have to talk more about that, because, man, I watch all kinds of shows. I have some books. Love hamburgers, man. Love hamburgers. It's one of the best foods ever. Milvis PC6 is out. I did not know it was out, Mr. 90. Okay. So we met II and his bride, like a lot of the people that I've been mentioning, right? And just like everyone we've met, better than you expect. This community has some incredible people in, incredible people in it, man. It's unbelievable. Haha, off schedule. What's going on, man? I appreciate that, off schedule. By the way, off schedule, are you tracking that heavy red what we're gonna look at from the PMDG 737 news. I don't even know what the news are. I don't know if it's good, bad. I don't know. We'll see. But thanks, buddy. Thanks for being here. How's it going? Are you off today? Hey, Saur, what's going on, man? By the way, a friend of mine flies for Spirit, but I was not lucky enough to have him in one of the flights. I did 4 different flights. I was like, there's a small chance. Never bumped into him. Glad you like best fast food burger, for sure. As a matter of fact, on the way back, right, we had In-N-Out, and we also had Shake Shack, which I really like. And we have Shake Shack here. We don't have In-N-Out here. We have Shake Shack here, which I think is a pretty solid fast food burger. But let me tell you, back to back, Jesus, man, In-N-Out just, for me, I'm sure some people are going to disagree. For me, In-N-Out is like 3 levels above everything else, including Shake Shack. It's unbelievably good. Oh, flew a Max last night. An 800 later today, so off schedule. Let me ask you this. You're actually the first 7-3 pilot that I talked to that has flown the Max after the whole thing, right? How are you feeling? And more importantly, this is really what I'm curious about, right? What kind of training and information did you guys receive? I don't need the details, but do you feel that they've provided enough now, right? Enough information for this? Really good fixings. Okay, interesting, because we talked about this too, right? We talked about this too. The closest thing to In-N-Out for me is Five Guys, which we also have here in Columbus, right? And for me, great burger too, great burger. But for me, a couple of things were better in In-N-Out. I like the fries at In-N-Out better. I know it's not a burger, but I like the fries better, right? A lot of people get fries with the burger, so it's important. I don't like the soggy fries at Five Guys. I love fries anyways, and I'll have soggy fries any day, but I prefer them a little crispier. And then as far as the burger, I don't know what it is, man, but the In-N-Out burger, maybe it's the sauce, I don't know. The In-N-Out burger to me had better flavor than Five Guys. Every time I go to Five Guys, I love it, but I'm also, I'm always lacking a little bit of flavor. I always want a little bit more flavor from that burger. In-N-Out was right there. Culver's is great too. I love Culver's. We have that here in Columbus too. Hey, Raunchy, what's going on, man? Yes. By the way, Raunchy, right back at Nika Boss, because he's got a newborn too, man. Speed Nud. I never tried that. Yeah, I'll try that. But every time I have a new burger, I try to have it sort of like the classic way that place offers it, or the simpler way. You know what I mean? The simpler way meaning don't add anything. Don't add bacon. To me, a basic burger is a patty, cheese, because I like cheeseburgers, right? Doesn't have to be there to be a hamburger, but to me, it's always going to have cheese. So it's a patty, cheese, lettuce, tomato. That's a burger, right? Of course, you need the buns. Now, do you put mayo, ketchup, mustard? Hey, that can vary. Different places will put it ahead of time. Different places put nothing. You got to order. Doesn't matter. But to me, that's a burger, right? If you add bacon, if you add other things, etc., great. That becomes even better sometimes. But when I go to a new place and I want to see, like, how does their burger taste? That's what I'll do. I'll order a simple cheeseburger, just for taste. And so, Speed, that's what I was talking about, right? Again, I didn't do that at In-N-Out because I don't really know what animal style means. Maybe you guys can tell me. I don't know what animal style means, but it looked like a pretty standard burger. And so to me, that was like, okay, this is a standard In-N-Out burger. And that versus the standard Five Guys without the A1 sauce, so just the cheeseburger, I find more taste in the In-N-Out. Let's see. Yeah, Nika, I think you're right. I think you were both at the same time at the hospital. Hey, Hunky Arizona. That's right. He was there too. We met Hunky Arizona during the FOF meetup. What's going on, buddy? Yeah, it was another person we met there. Yeah. Then we meet her, and also congratulating for dealing with your anxiety with some effective methods. Thank you, Hunky. Appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, it was great. Great to have you there, man. Animal style burgers, guys. For animal style, you get a burger with mustard.
For 3 months.
Fried into each patty. Oh, so they put the mustard, then they put it in the on the flat plank. Interesting. Plus pickles, okay. Chopped grill onions. And an extra. I didn't even notice the onions were there. I remember the pickles. I didn't notice the onions were there. And an extra helping of the In-N-Out famous sauce. Okay, so see, they have sauce. So maybe that's where the flavor came from.
Lakshanika just
so off schedule. I'm reading your messages now. Reading your messages now. Oh my God, Luxionica, let's go. Ed Nanso, thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. And TY with 100 bits. Hey, sorry I missed that, TY. Appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. Slab, did I thank you for the 9 months? I hope so. Thank you, buddy. Burger joint in New York City, really? Oh, okay, Nico. All right, so let's see what off schedule is saying about the Max. Okay, so love-hate relationship with the Max. Hold on, let me see if there's something before that. I don't think so, but just to be sure. Hey, Viper Strike, what's going on, man? How's it going? Yeah, Five Guys. Listen, we're at the time where we have lots of really good burger joints, solid burger joints, right? We're not talking McDonald's. Hey, I'll eat McDonald's any day of the week. I like it. But it doesn't compare to these cheeseburgers, right? We're talking Five Guys. We're talking Shake Shack. We're talking In-N-Out. The next level up, still fast food. Man, so glad that we have that stuff nowadays. Because there was a time where if you wanted a fast cheeseburger, it wasn't going to be that fantastic, right? Hey, Hayden, what's going on, man? How are you? Okay, so off schedule. I am working. Okay, so yeah, that sounds like that is your first reply on the Max. So let me read that because I'm really curious about this. Love-hate relationship with the Max. I felt safe flying the Max the day it was grounded. Boeing dropped the ball by not letting the crew know about the MCAS, right? Which is, I think, is insane and show incredible issues inside Boeing. We all know about this. We all talked about this. There is a reason they didn't, and it was a cultural breakdown of the company. Exactly. Which is still happening right off schedule. The problem with this, we're going to talk more about this because I have a video to show you about Boeing. But the problem with a cultural issue like that is you don't fix culture overnight. You fix culture overnight by firing every single person and hiring brand new people all over the place. Who's going to do that? No one ever. So you can't fix culture. You can change culture. But changing the culture takes much more time than you think. And usually much more time than you have. Because typically you're changing the culture because it's not good. There's a problem. There's something going on. Right? Very, very hard to shift the culture in any kind of good speed out there. So to me, off schedule, that's my main concern with Boeing nowadays, right? They're a broken company. There's no question about it. The culture is broken. There's a lot of broken things in Boeing right now. And so their response to these things is obviously an indicator of what the future is going to be like. That's why I'm so interested to see how they're handling the 777. I saw 777's message. The Max. 777. That's right, man. That's right. Hi, São Paulo and Santos are having a great time with new burger joints. Really, Wage? My sister is in Sao Jose dos Campos. Same thing in Sao Jose. It seems like the whole world is going through this new... You know what's happening? I just realized this. Remember when craft beers exploded, right? They were just the mainstream, then all of a sudden craft beers, and now you find craft beers everywhere around the world. Everybody's brewing beers. That's happening. That's happening to cheeseburgers now. That's right, Smashburger's another joint. Yep. So, Steak and Shake. I haven't been to Steak and Shake in forever, Callie, so I can't comment. Speaking of which, I think the 737 News is PMDG is dropping a Max model for MSFS. Whoa, let me start an unfounded rumor. Okay, we'll go see. We have several things. Jesus is here. What's going on, buddy? Whataburger, hands down best. Okay, I had Whataburger for the first time in Florida when we were on vacation this summer. Abby had Whataburger a bunch of times. She's from Texas, which I think it's where Whataburger's from. So she was all about it. We had it, and man, it was really good. It was really good. Aristarchus, to me, it's still more of a fast food burger than Five Guys is, or In-N-Out is. But dude, it's definitely in the game, right? Definitely in the game. And they have some really good shakes too. Really good shakes. Like you guys, here in Tokyo we have Shake Shack, nice, Carl's Jr. and Burger King. Which, by the way, I appreciate Burger King, at least here in the US, Edo, they have the Impossible Burger, which I really like. Impossible Burger is a plant-based burger that looks like a burger, tastes like a burger. Amazing stuff. Yeah, the milkshakes are good too at Burger King. So, Edo, do they have the Impossible Burger there, buddy? Oh, man, it's gonna be hard to chat with chat today because there's so many good messages. No way, Dalmatian, still privately owned. Wow. Good for her. Good for her. I really respect companies that don't go public. You can fix culture by changing leadership. Well, management in Boeing case, right off schedule. But what I mean is this. The people that are... Culture is people. It's how they feel. It's how they see things, right? changing someone's perspective is changing culture. That's what we need to do, right? How they see something and how they're going to behave and respond to something. That's changing the culture. It's hard to do, and it takes time because people don't like change. And if you want to change how people see something and behave around something, that's even deeper, right? So can be done. It's just takes time. Now I want a burger, says Storm. I know. And by the way, guys, very easy to make very good burgers at home too, right? All you need is some decent quality beef, which most people around the world can get. A good bun, which you can even make at home if you don't have one. It's not that hard. Not that hard baking bread, right? And for me, lettuce and tomato and cheese. That's it. That's it. Scooter, that's funny. Hey, Scooter. Scooter, did you put in an offer? How's it going? 777. Oh my God. Okay, all right. Hey, Dendarian, how are you, buddy? Fuddruckers, never ate that, Aristarchus. Never ate there. And they're not everywhere, right? So we don't have them around here. Wait, do we have them? Maybe we have one in Columbus. We used to. Not anymore? I think they closed. Oh, Crumb, we're going to go read the message. Our training was recognizing MCAS versus just the speed trim running. Interesting. So off schedule, did they change anything as indication-wise to let the crew know? Did they add some cast masters or something?
Sanjo just resubscribed.
Also getting used to flying.
Hi, Fabio.
Sanjay,
Hope
let's go.
you're feeling
Luxionica
better.
too. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh my God, tier 2 for Sanjay. Let's go, buddy. Thank you. I am feeling better. Not 100%, but actually, I'm feeling better just from an hour ago when I started the stream. Yeah, it's great to be here. Also getting used to flying using the manual trim wheel after shutting the system down. Okay. So off schedule, I guess that's one of the changes. You couldn't shut the system down before, could you? And now you can? Red Robin is pretty decent. That's, Abby and I like Red Robin. But Kill Switch, that to me, not a fast food joint, right? It's a sit-down restaurant. Love it. They have great fries too, right? But I don't put that in the same category as the other ones because it's not fast food. Where's the beef? Yeah, that's right, Dalmatian. I remember that. Teriyaki chicken burger. Right. Yeah, they have great chicken burgers. Actually, I often get chicken burgers at Red Robin. You're right. Go switch. Kobe beef bar. Oh my God. We're all talking just beef now. If you all don't know, MCAS was created to aid in stall recovery. So off-schedule descent, by the way, he flies a 737 in real life. Also the MAX. And so I asked about the MAX. He's giving us some information. Sounds like some people didn't know what MCAS is. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. Okay. MCAS is a system that was introduced in the MAX, the 737 MAX, and it is the system that caused 2 737 MAXs to crash, and the system that grounded the aircraft, right? So now, the plane is back into service after a lot of work, mainly cleaning up, and he's sharing with us what the changes were and what training they're getting now. So MCAS was created to aid in stall recovery. Thank you. If you look at the MAX engines, they're too big to hang under the wing, so they were raised higher and sit forward to the leading edge when compared to the NG. If you add a lot of power, the nose pitches up, which is the last thing you want to happen in a stall, right? MCAS drives the step trim down, or step trim nose down automatically. Makes sense, right? Think about it in simple terms. Hey, we put bigger engines and we have to move them. Now, when you add power, the plane pitches up. If you're like, what? Guys, it's very simple. Think about this. The CG of the plane is here on my hand, okay? The engine is hanging underneath the CG. We're flying that way. Hanging underneath the CG, producing thrust. So the engine is doing this, but it's below the CG. So if I had a little handle here, right? And I pushed that way, my hand would do this, wouldn't it? Right? So that's what happens when you add power. If your engine is not exactly on the center line or offset the center line but with a certain angle, every time you change power, you're going to have a pitching moment. That's actually pretty common in most aircraft, but in most aircraft, very slight, right? You feel a little bit, but it's not like, whoa, my God. In some planes, it's bigger. And for planes that have a lot of this, they can even have systems like MCAS to help fight this pitch up or pitch down in some cases tendencies so that the plane feels a little bit easier, better to fly, more friendly to fly. Right? Hey, Mr. Josh, let's see what's going on here. How are you today? Glad to see that you're feeling better. Yeah, man, I just finished a 4-hour in Australia with the A320. Oh, Darwin to Melbourne. Also, thanks, Slide Bart, for the gifted sub. That's awesome, Mr. Josh. Thanks for piping in. Thanks for being here. Congratulations on the flight. That sounds like a beautiful flight. Beautiful flight. I don't, Fresh Gamer. I mean, I have, like, I've tried it. That's my experience. But I have never used it really for any given period of time. The MAX was created to pack more passengers on a plane. I wonder if this is a valid requirement in a post-COVID era. Edo, I don't think that's what created it. The MAX was created as a response to the Neo. The Neo is the Airbus A320 with new engines, a couple of other changes. Basically, it's like this, Edo. This happens in aviation. If you haven't been in aviation for very long, you may not notice this. But basically, this is what happens. You build a plane. You design a new aircraft, like the 737. When they first designed it, back in the 60s, right? Okay, new aircraft, great. Then you start flying it. And then what happens is progress. For example, the original 737 had turbojet engines. They weren't even turbofan engines. That's a different type of jet engine. It's an older, less efficient type of jet engine. So eventually, Boeing looked at the engines that were out in the market and said, hey, our 737 is still a great aircraft, and it's still the aircraft needed by a lot of airlines, except there's new engines out there, and the key thing about new engines is they tend to use less fuel, right? Look at cars. Look at how many miles per gallon or, liters per 100 kilometers you get today versus 10 years ago, versus 20 years ago, versus 30 years ago. Much more efficient today. Same with aircraft engines. So as time passes, the more time passes, the more pressure an OEM like Boeing or Airbus will have from the airline saying, hey guys, we love your aircraft, but guess what? There's some newer engines out there, and if you were just willing to install those engines in the existing airframe you have, we could all save some money, right? Well, I mean, the airline can save some money. Boeing has to invest money to create a new engine option, like the MAX, right? And then they'll hopefully make the money back by selling aircraft. That's how this whole thing works. So, very, very common to see an airframe span multiple decades, and as it does, it keeps getting upgrades, mainly in the engines. So the 737 started with the 737-100, okay? Then it went to 200 with pretty much the same engine. So that was one option. Then we had the 3-4-500 series, the classic. That was a second engine option, right? Then we had the NG, which was the 6, 7, 8, and 900. That was the third engine option. And now we have the MAX with the fourth engine option. That's one airframe that has lived long enough to span 4 different eras of aircraft engines. Does that make sense? What I just said? So Edo, my understanding is Airbus eventually decided, hey, we're going to re-engine the A320. We're going to put new engines on it. And I had the opportunity on this trip to fly both the CEO classic engine option and the NEO, new engine option. Just like the MAX, the new engines on the Airbus are much bigger than the previous engines, much bigger, because that's one of the factors that affects jet engine efficiency, is the size of the fan, the turbofan, the N1 fan, right, connected to this engine. The bigger the fan, generally speaking, the more efficient the engine is going to be. But then you start running into issues. Okay, Edo, perfect. You start running into issues, like for example, in the 737, there's only so much room for an engine under the wing before you start scraping the ground, right? Literally. And that's what Off Schedule was saying. He goes, the engines in the MAX are so much bigger, or bigger enough than the NG, that they had to actually move the mount of the engine up, right? So that the engine still has enough clearance between it and the ground. Hey, Noise Boy, what's going on, man? It's not the size, it's how you use it. That's right. That's right, Kill Switch. It's not the size of the wand, it's the quality of the magic. Hey, Gamer Taurus, how's it going, buddy? I was so worried. Oh, I'm sorry you were so worried, dude. So nice to see you again after such a long time. Didn't catch your Vegas stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, man, I got sick on the way back from Flight Sim Expo. Still a little bit, but Much better now. Much better now. Let's see here. Oh, you could shut the system down before our schedule. Okay, however, not knowing about it, treating a runway stabilizer is the last thing I would be thinking about with a false stall warning. Yeah, I understand. Understand. So, off schedule, I guess the question, my next question is, are there any physical or software modifications to the aircraft? I'm sure there are. By the way, all views I have stated are strictly my own and are not officially policy of any professional career. Of course. Has to be said, but we're with you. Hey, Sassen. She is cleaning, actually. I think she's cleaning the kitchen right now. We were a bit messy because I was sick the last few days, so I wasn't helping that much, so we got a bit messy. All right, so I think it's time for us to... This is weird.
Privileged, very lucky to be where I am today. And a lot of people ask me, how did you do it? How did you end up?
I guess, hold on a second. What? Your presence was requested. You want to say hi? Too busy. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Ah, okay. She's feeling a little anxious to be on camera today. Just in general. Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough. She says hi. Abby says hi. Callie says, I love you.
Lipsy is there.
Oh, I see how that works.
It's everyone else, but I just haven't talked to her. So, okay, let's hi to Callie. Also, hi to Callie. But does this show?
Yes. All right. Guy Brush said you're packing for Fiji, baby. All right, guys. So it sounds like
Gamer_Taurus tipped $10. Thank you for getting my message. Get well soon.
Gamer. Sorry I missed it originally, but you got it. And actually, thank you for the $10. Thanks for the wishes. That was Chatterino. Chatterino is awesome because it tracks chat, but then it has a separate window tracking your mentions. So hopefully I won't miss as many now. Noise Boy Mike, great to see you too, buddy. All that food talk tempted me to order some burgers when I was originally going to save some money. Oh, Luxionic, I'm so sorry. Good morning, For Life. What's going on, man? The MCAS will not run continuously now. It runs in spurts. Interesting. Okay, that's an interesting solution or improvement. You must have more than one stall warning system working to get it to engage. Correct, because before I think it was only one, right? Which is a little like, why? You know? There hasn't been, but I get the why, but still, there hasn't been much change other than that. A lot of our training was recognizing it and learning how to disable the system if it malfunctions. To be honest, I felt safe flying the plane as it was before it was grounded. Still a very safe plane when you know how to fly it. I guess that's the trick, right off schedule, is ensuring that people have the correct training. All right. Hang on, guys.
Do I have to have these on?
No.
This hurt my ears. Hello. Where's Callie? Because she's the one I came on to say hi to, honestly. I mean, hello, everyone else.
Oh, there's a hat trick.
Hello, Hat Trick. Hello, everyone. The boss is back. People know what's up.
Oh, and Sydney's from Cape Town, South Africa.
Well, welcome, Sydney. Are you new here? No, right?
No,
Because the boss is back, so must know what goes on here. Hey, everyone. Hey, thanks, everyone, for tuning in to Fabio's chat or part on the Sim Expo. Thanks, everyone, for being so welcoming to me, too, for joining. That was so nice. It was nice of him to invite me, honestly. So I threatened to just follow him there anyways if I didn't go, so it didn't really matter. Or just not be here when he got back, one of the two. Fabio, you have changed from Charles Farmer 01. I don't know if that's good or bad.
It's a big improvement. It's a big improvement.
Someone said Abby is show stealer. I'll give it back. Let's see. Muy Abby. Is muy, does that mean hello?
Moi.
Moi?
Yeah, in
Muy.
I think it's Finnish or Swedish.
We only
No, Danish. I think it's Danish.
Ibanez, I won't tell. I won't tell him. Oh, hey, thanks, Luxianica. I get really bad stage fright. I can talk to anyone, any place. Like, I don't get scared of that, but I don't like when it's like an audience that I can see. I also don't like any type of formal speaking. I can do it, but I get so even in like when I was in school, I was in a class with 13 people. And we were in the same class for 3 or 4 years. Anytime I had to give a presentation to the 13 kids I was with every day, I would shake, I would get anxious, nervous. Okay, well, I just want to come say hi. I know, okay, Clipsia, I literally just thought about this morning. And I went, oh, we have to get back to that. It's already October. Spooky season is the perfect time to get that started back up. So we'll connect this weekend with you guys about maybe getting a better time together for that stuff. But hey, thanks, Nico Boss. Is Nico Boss Nico?
Nika Boss.
Nico Boss?
Yeah, he's the one that we met there, whose wife had a newborn at home. So
Yes! Oh, yes! They told me their names in real life, so I can't connect them. But yes, you left right after on Sunday. I'm glad you got home safely, right? Yes, that's you, right? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna give Fabio back the yoke, I guess. You don't even have a yoke. Okay, bye guys. It was nice to chat with all of you. Thanks for being patient while Mr. Man here was getting a little better. So, ciao.
all right. Well, that's your Abby fix for the day. All right, guys. So, yeah, let's weird, but let's watch this.
Oh, you're watching the whole thing?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Interesting. What a good stream for you today, too.
I think so.
You're a little,
Yeah, I'm a little slow down. Yeah. It'll be a
sleep bomb?
yeah. No, I didn't tell him. I didn't.
Can I tell them?
Yeah.
Guys, Fabio got about an hour and a half, 2 hours of sleep last night. He just could not sleep while tossing and turning all night. He went to the couch, came back, went to the couch. So, thank you for
still here.
Patient. He's still here.
Still here.
I told him just take a nap after. What a trooper!
Ah, yes. Nika says you might have a picture on your phone of him. What?
whoa.
Yeah, Rodopsin. It's yeah, he's wearing a blue shirt. That's right. Yeah. All right, guys, let's do this. JP, oh my God, JP, let's go.
Jip just resubscribed for 5 months. Hey,
oh my
Fabio.
God, and then Cutes with 5 tier 1 subs.
And it's
what?
finally weekend.
Who? Sheet is not here today. No, I talked about him, but he's not here. JP, thank you very much, man. Glad you're back. I'm glad you're here, buddy.
A tier 1 sub
and it's finally weekend. I know, right? I know. Wow, Cutes, thank you so much for those 5 tier 1s, man. And JP, thank you for that tier 1 sub, man.
Just resubscribed for 2
Let's get a hype train going, says Viper Strike. I know, we haven't done one of those. All right. My burger's 5 minutes away with Uber.
What is?
We started talking burgers because, right, In and Out and all that stuff. And we right. And so a bunch of people started ordering burgers. KM Knight's Burgers 5 minutes away already. Or just 5 minutes away. That's awesome.
You just resubscribed
Chihuahua
for 3
tier
months.
2. Holy moly.
A tier 1 sub to BBTTXU.
What do you mean? Oh, found it? Ooh. Nice. Hey,
Copyboy
babe.
_UK just resubscribed for 2 months. Cutes gifted a tier 1 sub to Copyboy _UK.
Wow. That's crazy, Chihuahua. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that so much.
Niceek.
Thank you. 12 months, dude. That's a year right there. Let's go. And thank you, Niceek. Thanks for being here. Okay, sounds good off schedule. Hey, thanks for stopping by, buddy. And hey, I do want to talk to you about 737 stuff because I have some ideas. So can you reach out to me on Discord? I don't know if we're friends on Discord already or not. Sorry, that might be a little too loud there. Can we do that off schedule? Would love to start a chat. Oh my God, Chihuahua, that's awesome. Thank you, buddy. Joey, I hear you. I hear you. You know what you do? You get a burger, but you replace the hamburger with a sausage patty, and then it's breakfast. There you go. Yes, DC. Is it still open? I knew about this sim for a while. I knew about it for a while. But our whole house has the sickness bug the almost 2-year-old brought home. Oh, Sassanach, I know how that goes. Sorry about that, buddy. Sorry. All right, let's see what this is. Okay, so it sounds like the audio is going to come in a second here.
Good evening. I am the Flying Fabio. I have a tendency of walking around, but I was talking to our cameraman, Bill, back there, who implored me not to do so as much. So, Bill, I'm going to try my best, buddy. Okay, well, so, guys, welcome. Welcome to a talk I've been looking forward to for a while now. And it's a talk I've been meaning to do. Off schedule, is that the same name? I wanted to share a little bit of
Are you on my Discord?
How I got to be where I am today. I feel very privileged, very lucky to be where I am today. And a lot of people ask me, how did you do it? How did you end up where you are?
Thanks, so I'd like to didn't know you were there.
My story of what got me here, how I got here. And then at the end, we'll open up for some questions and answers both here and online. So I have a half an hour with you guys.
Sassanach.
I'll try to get through my story in about 15 minutes.
Right there.
And then we'll hopefully have another 15 minutes of
okay, off schedule. I'll send the invite. Okay, sorry, real quick. So Sassanach, sounds like you might not know what Discord is. Discord is an app that we use to communicate both via text and audio. It's kind of like a chat, but on steroids. And it's where really the community exists. Our community, the FOFs, exist outside of the live stream. So if you don't have Discord, consider getting it. And then you can click on that link I just put on chat, the invite. It's an invite to our server on Discord. And then you can go in and have all kinds of conversation. We have all kinds of different channels. They're like different rooms for chatting. And some are for learning about aviation. Some are for pictures. Some are for memes. You know, we have a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it's free also. It's really nice. Ah, nice. Off schedule. Okay, thank you, buddy. Got it. Oh my God, that's a fantastic avatar. Love your profile pic. I guess I show my age by saying avatar instead of profile pic. Got it, buddy. Thank you. Cool, man. I shall send you a message. Appreciate it and have a great day. Ah, got it, Sassanach. Perfect. Perfect. Santiago. I know, Nika Boss. I didn't think that was going to happen, right? But it happened.
Questions and answers. All right, so it all started when my dad met my mom. No, I'm just...
Got to break that ice.
Maybe not then, but it didn't start much after that, because I've been sort of attached to aviation since I was a little baby. My father was a pilot for his whole professional career.
Audio is okay?
And he was the only pilot in the family. We didn't have pilots before him. But he was very, very involved in aviation. For a good chunk of his career, he was the chief pilot at a Brazilian manufacturer called Embraer, who, when he joined, was a very small company that was just getting started, and today is one of the biggest players in aviation in the world. And so I was always very attached to aviation. I always had that example to kind of look up to and to follow. And so growing up, that's really the only thing I ever wanted to do. Is my dad was a test pilot, so I wanted to be a test pilot. It's the only thing I knew. And a lot of my life, a lot of the things I did outside of school were geared towards that. And it helped that my dad would actually take me flying sometimes. You know, these were different times with different rules. Things were a little bit looser than today. And so I went into a few production flights.
I had about, I think 3,000 people were in the
one such flight.
I wish.
Was after he gave
had
me
about 20 people, 20 to 30
the first
in the audience, I think.
Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I've been flying Microsoft Flight Simulator since the first version, not the sublogic version, right? Originally, that is the true origin of the sim as we know it today. But once it became Microsoft Flight Simulator, my dad was here in the United States delivering an Embraer aircraft, and he bought a copy. And he also bought a PC, a Tandy PC Junior, for those of you that remember what that was. And so I was able to play Microsoft Flight Simulator, which at the time had visuals almost as good as we have today. just a little bit under what we have today, right? But those visuals were actually what drew my
trick. Did you?
My preference
Holy moly,
to this
dude.
day in how I fly. Because there were no visuals. The visuals were you had a line for the horizon.
Ben Bosky.
And that was it. It was black above the horizon and it was black below the horizon, right? And if you were lucky, you had a grid below the horizon to tell you that that was the ground. Which meant most of the flying you did in that sim was instrument. You didn't really have a lot to look at, but you had your six-pack, you had your altimeter, you had a heading indicator, right? You had a vertical speed indicator. And so my dad was able to use that to teach me how to fly instrument before I learned how to fly visually, which is sort of opposite of how most people learn to fly. Right?
Thank you.
So we fast forward to the production flight that I'm on. At the time, I'm about 8 years old, and we're flying a Xingu, which was a turboprop, a twin turboprop, kind of a small King Air that Embraer made to compete with the King Air and ended up not working so well as a product. But it was my dad, another pilot, and me. So I'm sitting in the jump seat in the middle of the two, and we're up at altitude. And eventually, my dad says, he's talking to the other pilot about teaching me using Flight Simulator, and he says, watch this, right? So he gets out of the seat, and he puts me on the seat, and he actually puts a little cushion, because I'm so little that I can't really see over the glare shield very well.
Sorry, guys, keep interrupting, right? But I got to talk to Chet, too. Sanjay, I've been there. When I was at Flight Safety, I was in charge of spooling up our Phenom 300 training program. Was one of the things I did while there. And so we visited Embraer in Melbourne. We had a photo shoot with the aircraft because we needed to do pictures for the walk around, the flight safety and stuff like that. So basically, we spent the whole day with the aircraft. We didn't fly, but we spent the whole day with the aircraft and with some Embraer pilots. And I'm sure the facility is bigger now, but it was already pretty impressive back then. They were already assembling Phenoms there back then, right? So yeah, you're right. The parts are made in Brazil. They ship all that stuff to Melbourne, and then they do assembly in Melbourne. It's a great aircraft in there. There's no question about it. It's like Embraer hit that niche really, really well. Really well. Yes, for life. This video, I'm going to give you guys the link. It was actually streamed by Flight Sim Expo into their YouTube channel, and you have to have bought a ticket to Flight Sim Expo to be able to access that, because all the streams from Flight Sim Expo are still available. They'll be available for 60 days for anybody that buys a ticket now. So yes, if you missed Flight Sim Expo and you still want to watch, you can do it for $15. Actually, even cheaper, because my code FOF will still give you 10% discount on that. So for about $13.50, you can watch all of the talks on the Flight Sim Expo exclusive YouTube channel. That being said, my stream was streamed into that YouTube, but also streamed onto my Twitch channel. So it's just a regular stream as far as my channel is concerned, which means it's also stored there for life, just like my other streams, for 60 days. So here it is. There's a link. That'd be interesting, Callie, yeah. That's right. Thank you, Barn Bosky. Appreciate that, man. Crumb, I've grown used to it. I did at first, but I've seen myself so much on stream. I don't watch my streams later. Like I've never really watched any of my streams. But I watch it live on OBS, right? I have a monitor on OBS that shows me what you guys see. And so I'm always watching there. And because I'm always on screen, I always see myself there. So I've grown used to it. Having two of me on screen is a little bit different, but Thank you, Captain Gaming. Yes, we're going to go have a look at that, man. Hold on, Joey Bolo. How we really got to the expo. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. What? And hey, it looks like this is in the United States. I gotta love the fact that there are countries out there that allow you to drive something like this. Yeah, Rookie, apparently it is. I mean, it doesn't have a license plate on the front, but a lot of states in the US don't have that. Maybe it's not in the US, but it looks like it is. But yeah, it looks like it's definitely street legal. So, Rookie, that's what I mean, right? In the United States, and don't get me wrong, I think often we go too far with that, but that whole freedom thing allows certain things like this, right? And a lot of these things are well controlled. It's like, hey, listen, if you can satisfy some basic safety things, why shouldn't you be able to drive this, right? I'm sure some people can always come up with reasons why we shouldn't do stuff. But guys, you got to live a little too. You got to balance out responsibility with fun, you know? Yeah, tricky shooter. Exactly. Yeah, raunchy. Right. That's what I'm saying. Oh, there you go, Rodopson. There you go. That's hilarious. This is awesome. Thank you, Joey. That's great. That is great. All right.
Very well, right? So he puts a cushion in the seat, and I still can't really see above the glare shield, but I'm not concerned because I'm not interested in what's outside the window. I want to see the instruments. That's what I know.
Yeah.
And so he says, all right, Fabio, I want you to keep whatever heading, blah, 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 and this altitude and this speed, right? Okay, got it. Boom. And I'm on because it's just like at home, right? I got my little gauges and I'm doing it. And the other pilot is amazed that this 8-year-old can do this kind of stuff, right? But then my dad shows the other side of what happens when you do this.
He was doing a good job tracking me with the camera.
He boosts the seat all the way up so I can see over the glare shield. You know, can you see? Yeah, I can see a little bit. And he says, all right, you see that cloud straight ahead?
No,
Yeah, I see the cloud. All right, all I want you to do is I just want you to fly straight towards that cloud. Couldn't do it for the life of me. I was all over the sky because I had never, ever looked at something and tried to fly towards it, right? So very, very different experience in how most people learn to fly. Fast forward to when I'm 17, and now I'm actually learning to fly. I'm going to flight school, right? And constantly, I'm learning in a tail dragger in Brazil. At the time, you had to learn in a tail dragger, which is probably a good idea, actually. But that meant that I sat in the front and my instructor sat in the back, just like a normal sort of Piper Cub, right? It was the Argentinian version of a Piper Cub, but effectively a Piper Cub. And the instructor in the back is constantly hitting me upside the head because all I do is I look at the instruments. And this is private pilot, right? I need to be looking out. We're in the traffic pattern. I need to be looking at the runway. I need to be looking for other planes. And I'm focusing on the instruments because that's what I knew. That's what I was comfortable with. So by the time that
I'm going to add some stories, some details here, just for you guys, exclusive here on my channel, because I didn't really have time. I didn't think I was going to have time to tell some of these stories that I wanted to tell as part of this, right? Yeah, exactly, Rodopson. You guys get director's commentary. That's not bad. Not bad. Good thing you stopped by. Do you find it difficult to watch you present? No, Hammer, I've gotten used to it. I know I can't stand seeing replays of myself for the presentation. So I've gotten over that awkward phase, Hammer, and now what I do is it's like I'm watching a flight, right? It's all critiquing my style, my techniques, like what could I do better next time kind of thing. How well did I do, right? How well did I communicate? That's what I do now when I watch. Ah, you mean like at FS Expo Gamer? Yeah, super thankful for having a bit of time there. Why are we watching a conference from Santiago? Whatever, man. Tubes.
213s just resubscribed for 6 months. How do I unsubscribe?
213s. Hey, thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it. That's funny.
I'm getting my flight lessons, right? My dad eventually sits me down and says, listen.
The story here is that Argentinian Piper Cub, the Aero Buero. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys what it looks like. I think it was the 115. Right here. There she is. That's what I learned to fly on, guys. Built in Argentina. Doesn't fly so well. But because it doesn't fly so well, it's probably a good trainer because of that, right? You would think that, no, you want something that's easy to fly. I get that, right? Especially for somebody learning. But this is the other side of that coin. If you can fly this, you can fly a lot of other stuff. So I'm in the front. My instructor is in the back. That same instructor that I was talking about, the same instructor that soloed me, that sent me out on my solo, right? Yep, exactly, Kona. It's pretty much a copy of a Cub. And by the way, guys, if you think about it, right? There are literally hundreds of copies of Piper Cubs around the world. Not like carbon copies. Funny because there's a carbon Cub. But what I mean is this setup, right? A tail dragger, high wing, struts, you know, a cabin that kind of looks like this. Once you settle on this format, you don't really have a lot of options to diverge from. So they all are going to look kind of the same, right? If you start, this is exactly like Formula One. If you know the models intimately, you will know all the differences. So you can start spotting that like, oh, wait, this is totally different. The air intake, not a Cub intake. We don't, you know, different down here too. So you start spotting like Formula One cars. If you don't know Formula One, they all look the same. But if you know Formula One, they're all different, right? So that's pretty much what happens with Piper Cubs and this sort of tail dragger standard design. So we're flying along. I'll put a little music in the background here while we're talking about this. We're flying along across country, right? And I'll show you guys the exact flight that I was doing. So we were flying from my hometown. Oh, I guess it didn't take. There we go. This is my hometown in Brazil, the home of Embraer, Sierra Bravo, Sierra Juliet, Sao Jose dos Campos. Right? So this is where I learned to fly. And if you notice, it's in a long northeast southwest valley, right? Called Vale do Paraíba. Paraíba is the name of the river that made this valley. And that's the name of the valley. DC. Whatever. Hey, DC. Dude, I haven't seen it in a while, man. How are you? How's it going? Hey, Pedro. Tudo bem? Thanks, buddy. I miss being here too. This is like a Cub, but with less quality and systems. Exactly, Santiago. Exactly. Like everything that happens to us Argentines, if you can with one thing, you can with everything in our country. Exactly. César, ¿cómo estamos? ¿Todo bien? César Díaz de Argentina. ¿De dónde en Argentina, César? Yo soy de San Jose dos Campos, de Brasil. Mucho gusto. Okay, he's back, baby. That's right. Way to puss. So, also notice elevation. Elevation here, 2,123 feet. Okay? So, 2,000 feet above the ocean, but the ocean, not that far away. Look, 46 miles and I'm on the beach. Actually, even shorter if I go straight line to the beach, right? I can be there in like 35 miles. All right, so very quick drop in altitude. But before that, so I'm at 2,000 in the valley. Look at this. 5,000, 6,400, right? And then sheer drop onto the beach. Meaning this right here, guys, look. You have 3,000, 3,500 feet up here, and all of a sudden, sea level. It's a sheer drop.
For 9 months.
Right? Oh, let's go. Fat Rat, what's going on, buddy? Thank you very much. Great to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Man, I feel so much better already. Yeah, Kona. Oh, wait, yeah, that'd be amazing, dude. That would be amazing. So what this means, guys, what this means is, remember, this is private pilot training, so I'm flying VFR, right? And we're trying to get to Ubatuba, which is it's one of the beach towns, one of the beach popular areas in Brazil, but they do have a little airport. So we're going to do, we're going to stop there, maybe grab lunch, and then come back home. That's the idea. We check the weather, and it's not bad. It's not bad. But keep in mind that I have to climb over these mountains here, right? Look at this. 3,000 feet, 3,500 feet, right? I have to climb over these before I can go down. Okay. And you can tell here that you can actually, there's quite a few valleys in here, right? And so what happens is, sort of typical for this region. We have few or scattered clouds. So there's some clouds in the sky, but it's very nice day, right? Very open with a few clouds. And the clouds are at like, 4,000 feet or so. I have like 2,000 feet between the ground and the clouds when we take off. But as we fly over these little mountains here, And they are little, right? I mean, 3,000 feet is not big mountains, but it's definitely higher than this and certainly higher than sea level. The weather starts to close up because now the terrain is interfering with the clouds, right? And, you know, my instructor is in the back. His name was also Fabio, by the way. But he was a shorter guy, so we called him Fabinho. Because Fabinho in Portuguese means little Fabio, right? Yeah, DC. And so... Hold on a second, let me see something here. Okay. Some of the clouds start to interact with the terrain. And there's still plenty of room, and we're flying, and Fabinho is in the back, and I'm doing my navigation. And so far, so good. We're having to deviate. We can't necessarily go in a straight line, but it's doable. And like a lot of these flights, as I keep pushing further and further into the flight, the weather keeps getting worse and worse. The clouds keep getting lower and lower and lower. And all of a sudden, I find myself flying in valleys, right? So lower than some of the mountains around me. So I'm using valleys because the clouds are coming lower and lower. So I can't be above the terrain anymore. I have to find valleys. And I'm still thinking, hey, I may find a couple of valleys here that get me through. And if I get through, then I'm out in the open and I'm going to be okay, right? But what happens is a little bit different than that. Moet. That's funny, dude. Grande Fabinho. That's right. Oh, gamer, maybe. Never thought about that. Maybe with the Piper Cub. All right, so I'm running from valley to valley. Clouds are getting closer, right? And it's starting to rain. Some of the clouds are starting to drop all that water. It's looking more and more less likely that we're going to make it to the beach. Then all of a sudden, and by the way, we've been quiet for a while because I'm focusing on my navigation, right? And keep in mind, when you're flying with an instructor like that, this wasn't my first cross country, so I didn't have a lot of questions. I just had to execute. So there's not a whole lot of conversation between you and the instructor. The instructor, most of the time, is just letting you do your thing, right? Even letting you make some mistakes to see if you catch those mistakes and recover. But that means the instructor doesn't interfere as much, right? He's kind of sitting back watching what's happening. So there's not a lot of talk from Fabinho in the back, just a couple of things here and there. We're talking about the weather, right? We're having some discussions about the weather. And he's of the same opinion than me. He's like, hey, it's still okay. Let's see if we can find a way through. Okay, so and there I am, right? Locked in, doing the thing. All of a sudden, man, I'm in a valley. And it's one of those valleys, we've had those in the sim. One of those valleys where you're flying along, then the valley's gonna turn like maybe 90 degrees, but it's gonna turn enough that you can't see past the turn, right? But I'm still okay. Totally VFR, clouds are above, right? Great. I make the turn. And as soon as we're like halfway through the turn and I can see sort of the next straight portion of the valley, there is a wall of water. There's like hard rain coming down about, I don't know, 2 miles from where we are in this valley. And the valley is it, right? I mean, there's no other valley that I can transition into or anything. It is big enough. And of course, that was one of the things I was thinking about the whole time. We've talked about this when we fly valleys in the sim, canyons in the sim. It is wide enough that I can definitely turn around. If I have to, I can turn around. So when I see the wall of water, it's not like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. But it's a surprise. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, wow. So I think about it for a couple of seconds, right? I'm looking. There's no way to get past the rain. I can't see any way past. So I get on the intercom. It's on top of the stick, so I press the button. And I say, Fabinho, I don't think we can get through this, man. And let go. And I'm letting him kind of think. You know, I'm sure he's looking at it too. He's thinking. But it's taking too long for him to answer. Right? So I go again. Fabinho, can you hear me? No answer. I'm like, oh, crap. We got an intercom failure. I turn around. Fabinho is in the back, like this. I kid you not, right? And it was incredible to see how my confidence, which was pretty high, because I'm, I don't even know how many hours I have, but I'm a very young pilot, very new. But I have an instructor in the back, so I'm feeling great. I'm like, oh, we got this, Man, when I realize he's asleep, and now basically I'm by myself, man, flying a plane in some closing weather in a valley, all of a sudden my confidence just disappears, right? And I'm like, oh, crap. So... yeah, Dalmatian, exactly. So I'm like, well, okay, I got to do this. And then as soon as your confidence disappears, it starts coming back because you realize that, hey, it's just me, man. I got to get out of here myself. It's me, myself, and me. That's it. Me, myself, and I, right? So, like I said, I had enough room. Not a whole lot, but I had enough room. So I initiate a turnaround, right? And I decide that, hey, I'm not going to push, especially with him sleeping. I'm not going to keep going, right? So I start flying back to Sao Jose. And gamer. I start flying back to Sao Jose. Eventually he wakes up, right? And of course, I have the perfect opportunity. So he wakes up and, he's like, oh, I think I snoozed for a couple minutes back here is what he says. Where he's like, oh man, I think I fell asleep for a couple minutes back here. Where are we? So I go, oh, it's more than a couple minutes, Fabio. We made it all the way to Ubatuba. I landed. I can't believe you didn't wake up. I went out, got a coffee, and we're now flying back. And I say that like totally deadpan. Totally deadpan. And he can't see my face. He's in the back. So my voice is totally like, yeah, no, man, I figured I wouldn't wake you. There's like a silence for a little bit. And then he goes, you're effing kidding me, right? He goes, you're effing kidding me, right? And I let it ride for another like 2 or 3 seconds, which I'm sure is like 2 or 3 hours for him. And I click back and I go, yeah, I'm just kidding. We just turned around. Dude, he felt so bad because then we land, right? And I tell him the whole story. He felt so, he's like, oh my God, man, I shouldn't have, and I'm like, hey, man, it worked out. It was a good lesson for me too. So let's learn from it, right? But that's one of the stories I was going to tell. And you can tell it's too long. It was too long for for this.
What do you want to do in life? What is really your purpose? And I said, I want to do what you do. I want to be a test pilot.
That's conversation with my dad. So sorry, I paused this. So for context, I'm about 16, 17, I think. And I told my dad I want to be a test pilot. So he sits me down and this is a conversation that we have. Wage, because
Citizen
we were VFR. VFR, and the rain was hard. Like there was no way I could see anything in that rain. Oh, Citizen is here. Hello, Citizen. Tier 2 sub. Let's go, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Citizen is one of the people we met out there at Flight Sim Expo, him and his wife. And it was awesome. We had a wonderful time with you guys. Hey, Citizen, good to see you, brother.
I have a deal for you. If truly this is what you want to do, then here's what I propose. I've been in aviation long enough to know that sooner or later, you're likely to be unemployed, right? That's what happens in aviation. It happens to pilots, happens to maintenance technicians, to anybody. Aviation fluctuates up and down. So he said, so you need to have a fallback. You need to do something else. And if you do something else, I'll help you with your licenses, right? And that something else, after we discussed, ended up being aerospace engineering, where I went to Embry-Riddle University. Because I figured, hey, if I'm going to do something, I might as well do something that's going to help me. If I want to be a test pilot, having an engineering degree is awesome. That's going to help me talk to the engineers that designed the plane, right? That's a good idea. So we made the deal, and I started my lessons, my flying in Brazil, and eventually went to Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach and got an aerospace engineering degree from there.
Cute. Yes, I think I can do that flight. Yeah, for sure.
And so now, actually, I'm in college, and oh no, sorry, this is after college. So let me graduate first, and I'll tell you the next story.
Yeah, gamer.
But upon graduation, I had a big wake-up call because now I'm ready, right? I got my licenses, I got my engineering degree, I can be a test pilot. Let's go. And I've been talking to a lot of the flight instructors that I had started flying with in Brazil that now are working for Embraer, and some of them are even test pilots for Embraer now.
So one of my critiques about myself is I have gum in my mouth, and I shouldn't have done that.
Sort of the new generation that's doing it now. And
I see myself chewing once in a while when I'm not talking. That's not good.
The job I want to do as a test pilot is not really the job of a modern test pilot, right? Because what I want to do is the Chuck Yeager stuff. You know, I want to kick the tires, light it up, see if it blows, right? Let's go, kind of thing. And in talking to them, they're saying, dude, that's, you know, this is 2003. This is the computers telling us how the plane is going to fly before we even fly. Like, we got this. Yeah, don't get me wrong.
Warrior, thanks.
There's still, you know, 5% of the entire flight test program. That's still very exciting, right? When you're doing your VMUs, your minimum unstick airspeed, there's still exciting stuff. But most of what we do nowadays is, hey, we're going to climb to flight level 220, and then we're going to gather fuel consumption data for 40 minutes. But then get ready, because we're going to flight level 240, and we're going to do the same thing for another 40 minutes, right? A lot of flight testing today is that. And that meant I was kind of lost. I didn't really know what I wanted to do anymore, because my whole sort of dream from when I was a very little kid until I graduated college is now
interesting. I think when I go to another window, the video wraps up.
And so I'm a bit lost. And I you know, in retrospect, I think it's pretty good for people to be a bit lost sometimes in life, because you end up branching out into things you probably wouldn't try otherwise. In my case, I ended up developing add-ons for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And most people don't know this because our add-on was not that successful. But it transitioned me, right, into my job flying business jets and my job that I eventually got at Flight Safety International. So I had sort of 2 years after college where I had to sort of recalibrate my goals.
Javier, I would love to do that.
Didn't really know what to do.
I'd love to do it.
And instead of sort of backpacking through Europe, which you know some people do after college to figure out what they need to do.
Thank you.
I went and developed some stuff for Flight Sim,
I hadn't seen that before, though.
FSX. And so I was part of this tiny startup that was based in Wisconsin, and we created a little RV7A for FSX, and I was in charge of developing what at the time had never been done, which was a flight data recorder, a flight recorder for the plane. And so we could do aerobatics and show your roll rates and, you know, your pitch. It was really cool. It was a nice little, you know, piece of love that we had. But we were nobody, and so it wasn't that successful. But one of the things that we did as a company at the time was work with Flight Safety. Flight Safety International is a huge training company for real pilots using full motion flight simulators. And we were trying to develop a product for Flight Safety. Flight Safety was interested in a little simulator of a King Air.
Let's go, Jack. Thank you, man.
And through those contacts, I eventually learned
great aircraft going
that there was a position available at Flight Safety for
Sneaky, what's going on, buddy?
Instructor. And I had flown business jets by then. I was flying on the side as I did this. So I had some experience in the business jets that they were hiring for. And so I eventually applied. Got the job at Flight Safety.
Well. Thank you. How about you?
To Peterborough, New Jersey.
Hey, buddy.
And you know, was in Flight Safety for 15 years at a company that I never even aspired to be a part of when I was growing up. I knew Flight Safety. All the Embraer pilots trained at Flight Safety. If you were in aviation, you knew Flight Safety, right? But I had never thought of working for them. I honestly, to me, those guys were up here, right? I was like, man, those guys are like the best instructors in the business, you know, kind of thing. But they train you up to that. So I worked at Flight Safety for 15 years, had a wonderful career there, and that career was ended by COVID.
Long days at work, okay.
A lot of aviation careers were
hopefully you're getting paid
either
for it.
Ended or interrupted. And mine really was interrupted. Like most people, I would have had the chance to go back if I wanted to. But when that happened, when I was laid off, I was immediately okay with it. And I think it's because I had sort of already realized my dreams, my goals at Flight Safety. You know, I was having this discussion the other night when we got here that some people can work in a place or even do the same job for their entire career, right? They literally make a career out of a job or out of a place. Out of
what
a
aircraft?
And that's great. We need that, and I think that's very fulfilling for some people.
Exactly,
but I've discovered that not everybody is that way, and I happen to be one of the people that's not that way. So I look at my 15 years of flight safety. I look at my 2.5 years developing for Flight Sim. I look at my preparations to become a test pilot as everything that got me to where I am today, right? Very little of it was actually planned to happen, or at least to happen when it happened. But I love the happenstance of it all, because it did get me to again, find myself jobless in April or May, maybe, of 2020. And at that point, I said, okay, had a nice career, what do I do now, right? I still got, well, at least a couple good years in me.
I'm going to guess Videroy.
What do I do? And so Abby and I were dating, we started dating and figured out, hey, let's try some different things, right? We had some dreams of a food truck or, at that point, anything goes, right? Your dreams are all on the table. And one of the things I had always thought about doing was streaming, but never really thought that I was
one of my favorite airlines,
or that there was even a market or niche for what I wanted to talk about. And to this day, I still am amazed
one of my favorite airlines.
There is, right? So I did see an opportunity to do it when Microsoft Flight Sim came out, August 18th
For sure,
of
sneaky.
2020. And I streamed that very day. And I remember like gearing up for it and being excited about it, right? Being like, man, this is going to be like the first time I've ever streamed in my entire life. And then like 2 or 3 days prior to the sim releasing, some streamers there obviously were already established streamers.
That's cool.
Got access to the sim. They had early access and they started streaming. And I got so jealous. I was like, oh, come on, man. That's not fair. I want to do it too. And now I have to wait. And by the time I can do it, then the fizz is already gone.
By the way, real quick, Howie, you can turn off crash due to stress damage in options. I think it's in assistance. And that way you can open the window in flight and not experience a crash.
But it really wasn't. I was really surprised at the kind of reception the sim had.
Hi.
And it was crazy to see that most of the people that came to watch me that first day, and there weren't that many, but most of the people that were there, they were not flight simmers. They didn't even know much about flight simulation. They were just interested. And it was really sort of nice to talk to them and interact in a way I had never done
There's
before.
a lot of people like that.
So from August 18th until when I actually started streaming actively, a month goes by because I'm sort of reeling from the experience, right? I'm thinking, okay, so that was interesting, but I only got, 6, 7 viewers that showed up. And is this really something that I want to invest a lot of time into? Because it does take a lot of time, especially early on.
Hey, Panda, much better, man. Thank you.
But I also,
Sky Command is here.
I thought back to a roommate I had when I was
nice,
in college. And when I was a young adult,
what's up, man?
I was very careful not to get too involved in any relationships because I was very sort of geared into my career.
Thanks, Cutes.
I wanted to focus into growing professionally. And I thought that if I had a relationship, I might not be able to sustain both. And my roommate was the opposite, right? This guy would get into relationships and get his heart broken on a regular basis. I had to help him all the time and console him. There were nights we stayed up and he's crying. He was very different than me. And I remember, though, having a conversation with him, and I asked him, I said, why do you do this to yourself, right?
Howie.
And he said, because if I don't dive head first, I'll never find
Pilot_Paul just resubscribed for 2 months. Colonel 485 gifted a tier 1 sub to Pilot_.
We may be so cautious that it doesn't develop, and I miss my opportunity.
Colonel Fork.
And I thought about that very conversation, and I said, you know what?
Jack said, thank you too, man. I think I thanked you,
I'm
but thank you.
I'm going to jump into this streaming thing and see where it goes, right? And so I started streaming in September of last year. It's hard to believe that it's already been a year because it's been a while.
It does make a difference.
The channel has become extremely popular.
Winokur.
It's regularly one of the most watched flight sim channels on Twitch, which
Joey. He's awesome.
It's hard for me to stand here and say that because it's hard for me to believe that, right? I still get shocked every single day when people show up to hear me, say stupid things and make stupid mistakes when I fly, which happens regularly. But I've also learned that the channel is way more than me or what I'm talking about or the content of the channel. The channel is about the community. And that's a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Never, Bjorn. My dad did his whole life, not me.
To really appreciate about us, about the Flight Sim community, right? Is that
DC.
It's incredible how positive.
Hey, Will.
How
thanks for being here, guys.
Benevolent this community really is, right? I think a lot of us have had some pretty bad toxic experiences online in other communities, because it's very easy to be toxic online when, nobody even knows your name or who you are, or they're not even looking at you. And yet, we have a community where all those things still apply, and it's just a collection of incredible people. I mean, look at Sarah and what she was talking about earlier today. I hope you saw Sarah's.
Guys, one's in chat for the people that watched Sarah's talk about using Flight Simulator as a blind person. Just so inspirational, so inspirational. And it's not just her, right? I was totally unaware that there's an entire community of blind people who have a passion for aviation, have a passion for flight simulation, have a passion for being a pilot. And they've created tools themselves to help them be able to do this, right? Guys, if you haven't seen that talk, it's worth the $15 or $13.50 right now to buy a pass for FS Expo. You're going to get all the talks for 60 days, but it's worth just to watch her talk. She blew my mind, and she blew everybody's minds, right? She had some examples, videos showing how they do it. It was just, I mean, imagine, if you haven't seen her talk, imagine how can a blind person use Flight Simulator? Guess what? She flies on VFR regularly. What? Yeah, listen, go watch the talk. All right. It's, you guys were telling me, oh man, your talk was great. My talk is nothing compared to that, right? Go watch that talk. It's incredible.
Sarah's talk. And if you didn't, you owe it to yourself to go back and watch the VOD, because it's mind-blowing to see
Dalmatian, thanks.
What a passion for aviation can do, right? The benefits, the growth, the education, the coming
exactly,
together
Wald.
that can happen when aviation is sort of the common piece. So I
don't know,
to
Speed.
feel
I think it's just watching,
privileged about,
but I'm not sure.
Being where I am. I was speaking to somebody earlier who was developing an app, and the conversation was, hey, would you be interested in showing it to the channel? And is that sort of a sponsorship situation where? And I said, no, absolutely not, man. Part of why, or part of what I think the channel is for, is that it belongs to the community, right? And so I owe it to the community to be able to show these things, to show these developments, to give a little bit of that spotlight to people that deserve it, to people that are developing some incredible, amazing things out there. I mean, you guys all know, look at the incredible mods that exist for all the sims that we use, right? And it's only because of passionate people are volunteering their time to do this kind of stuff. So the talk today was really just this. It was just a little bit of me, of my story, of how I got here. And hopefully you'll have some questions for me, and we can spend the next few minutes talking about what it is that you may want to know.
Excellent. So we got lots of time, actually, until I forgot that I think I said it was a half hour, but you do have 45 minutes.
Yeah, so you can tell that I made my talk shorter than what I was planning to, both because I was planning on doing the talk. So we started at about 5 minutes here, right? So I was planning 20 minutes for the talk, and then I was told I had 45 minutes. So I was like, 20 minutes for the talk. That leaves 25 minutes for questions. I've learned through doing talks throughout my life that you spend way more time in questions than you realize you're going to. So I reserved 25 for questions. And we ended up actually, I think, spending more than 25 minutes answering questions, right?
Well, that's good news.
Oh, perfect.
And
Thanks,
I'm
Evan.
Start with some questions off of the online show and Twitch, and then we've got our friend Sheed here who's going to help out with some questions from the audience as well, so that everyone can hear those. So I'm trying my best to wade through some questions from Twitch and from our online show, because most of it is comments about George Clooney.
I forgot about that.
Even here, I can't escape it.
My favorite is from Equalizer, who says, I bet George Clooney is watching thinking that could have been me.
Wait, who said that? Was it Dalmatian?
My favorite is from Equalizer, who says, I bet George
Equalizer.
Clooney is watching thinking that could have been me.
That's actually a pretty good one.
From Santiago of 90. Apparently, we are not ready for 4K Fabio, so I don't know what that means.
Santi.
And lots of really, really nice things as well. So if you can go back and read this chat, I think you'll appreciate that. Lots of people talking.
I had my mom screenshotted chat.
Mode, not being distracted by the chat, so that's really
and sent me a lot of the comments you guys put in there. It was awesome.
The first one is, how do we redeem a banned word and see you eat some beans? And maybe more specifically, do you want to explain that for those who don't know what it's about?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Evan, I didn't fully hear the question. Can you repeat it?
Yes, the question is, how do we redeem a banned word and see you eat some beans?
How to redeem a banned word?
You'll have to wait.
Maybe you could explain what that's.
That's right, that's right. The short answer is they'll have to wait until the next stream. And the long answer is I've begun, regretfully, a habit on the stream where we play a game where the chat will choose a banned word that I can't say for the next 60 minutes. Which sounds super easy.
Zesran.
Unfortunately, when it comes to that, my brain has an IQ below 20. So I rapidly launch into saying that word unknowingly multiple times, and therefore I'm forced to eat. For every infraction, I am forced to eat what some of you might be familiar with. It's a jelly bean called Bean Boozled. It's by the Jelly Bean Company, and basically
it was my only opportunity to get away from these beans for a little bit.
It has a disgusting flavor, like I don't know, dirty dishwater, barf, stink bug, caterpillar. They're
gamer.
And trust me, they taste.
I'm working on it. Abby and I actually working on it starting today.
It's a fun game for chat, less fun for me. But it does keep me on my toes, trying not to say words like guys or VOR or climb. So it's that's what that's all about.
Zesran, some people are pretty badass. It's like the extreme example of this to me is like when a ship sinks. There are people that will die within the first 2 days, right? They survive the sinking itself, but they'll die within a couple of days. And there are people that you can't kill, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you throw whatever you want at them, they're going to find a way to survive, right? I think the record is, I don't know if it's still the record. 76 days lost at sea. Do you guys know the story of Steve Callahan? You guys don't know the story. Callahan departed Newport, Rhode Island, United States in 1981 on the Napoleon Solo, a 6.5 meter, 21-foot sloop he designed and built himself. Single-handedly sailed the boat to Bermuda and continued the voyage to England with friend Chris Latcher. Right. Sorry. Oh, really, Rodobson? Okay. Dalmatian. He had left Cornwall that fall, bound for Antigua as part of the Mini Transat, 6.5 single-handed sailing race from Penzance, England, but dropped out of the race in La Coruña, Spain. Bad weather had sunk several boats in the fleet and damaged many others, including the Napoleon Solo. Callahan made repairs, continued voyaging down the coast of Spain and Portugal out to Madeira and the Canaries, right? Departed El Hierro in the Canary Islands on January 29, 1982, still headed for Antigua, so he's going to the Caribbean, right? In a growing gale, 7 days out, his vessel was badly holed by an unknown object. He hit something at night while he was sleeping, became swamped, although it did not sink outright due to watertight compartments. Callahan had designed into the boat. In his book, Callahan writes that he suspects the damage occurred from collision with a whale. Okay. All right. Unable to stay aboard Napoleon Solo as it filled with water and was overwhelmed by breaking seas, Callahan escaped into a 6-person Avon inflatable life raft measuring about 6 feet across. He stood off in the raft but managed to get back aboard several times to dive below and retrieve a piece of cushion, a sleeping bag, and an emergency kit containing, among other things, some food, navigation charts, and a short spear gun, which is going to be foreshadowing. It's going to be very important. Flares, flashlights, solar stills for producing drinking water, and the copy of Sea Survival, a survival manual written by Dougal Roberts, right? Okay. Before dawn, a big breaking sea parted the life raft from the Napoleon Solo and Callahan drifted away. So now he's on the raft by himself with a little bit of food and a spear. Basically, right? Look at this. The raft drifted westward with the South Equatorial Current, trade winds. After exhausting air food supplies they had salvaged from the sinking sloop, Callahan survived by learning to live like an aquatic caveman, is what he said. Right? He ate primarily mahi-mahi as well as triggerfish, which he speared along with flying fish, barnacles, and birds that he captured. So basically, oh my god, Arctic Tern is here. Let's go, buddy. Go pack, go. That's right. Arctic Tern, another gentleman of insanely fine taste, and therefore a Green Bay Packers fan, just like yours truly. What's going on, Arctic? Dude, it was so great meeting you out there, man. By the Japanese captain Oguri Jukichi and one of his sailors. Their ship was damaged in a storm off the Japanese coast in 1813, and they drifted in the Pacific before being rescued by an American ship in California. What? Longest solo survivor. He was adrift for 438 days and traveled over 6,700 nautical miles. Alvarenga is a fisherman. On November 17, 2012, he set sail from the fishing village Costa Azul in Mexico. Okay, that's way crazier than this. But, so what happens is if you have a raft, after about a week, algae starts to form on the bottom, right? Especially if you're in a warm current like he was. And that attracts marine life, usually fish. And he had a spear. So the raft would attract fish. He would kill the fish, eat the fish. The fish also gave him water, although he had a solar still, right? But there's water in fish, and it's usually enough to survive. Craziest thing about this, right? The sea life was all part of an ecosystem that evolved and followed him for 1,800 nautical miles across the ocean. There was constant schools of fish around him that followed the raft because they would eat the algae, right? All right. Collected drinking water from 2 solar stills and various rig devices. Collected rainwater, which together produce on average just over a pint of water per day. Third solar still. Okay, so rescue. On the eve of April 20th, 1982, he spotted lights on the island of Marie Galante, southeast of Guadeloupe. The next day, so he drifted literally from off the coast of Africa, Europe, right? Drifted for 76 days all the way to the Caribbean, taken by the South Equatorial Current. The next day on Callahan's 76th day afloat in the raft, fishermen picked him up just offshore, drawn to him by birds hovering over the raft, which were attracted by the ecosystem that had developed around it, right? During the ordeal, he faced sharks, raft punctures, equipment deterioration, physical deterioration, and mental stress. Having lost a third of his weight and being covered with scores of saltwater sores, he was taken to a local hospital for an afternoon, but he left that evening and spent the following weeks recovering on the island and while hitchhiking on boats up through the West Indies. Amazing. By the way, in the book is called Adrift. It's a great book. He mentions, if I recall correctly, he's the guy that mentions that several cargo ships went by him and never saw him, right? Imagine that feeling of being lost at sea in a raft and you see this big cargo ship and it literally goes right by you and you're screaming at it and they don't even see you. It's crazy. Crece. All right. So that, my friends, is Steve Callahan. So again, a guy who refused to die, right? You could just give up. Oh man, we're never going to get out of here. Yeah, give up. You're going to be dead in no time. He never gave up. Never gave up. Oh, okay. Hang on, guys. And we're back. Hey, Inverteris, how's it going, buddy? How is it going? All right. Let's see what other questions people had for me. I don't remember all the questions.
Thanks, Chad.
So I'll do one more from online.
Goonies never say die. That's right. Thanks, Inverteris. We're watching it now, actually, because why not?
Favorite airplane to fly in MSF?
Favorite airplane?
Ooh, that's a great question. I get that question often.
Blarty.
It's tough to answer.
CD's
I'm not
here.
a guy
No
of
way.
favorites.
I haven't seen CD yet. Hey, CD, what's going on, buddy?
People, what's your favorite food?
Thank
and
you,
the answer is food. But I at least categorize it, right? So I'll say that I currently am spending sort of about the same time flying the DC-6, which is going to be a plane that I fly a lot for a long time because it's an incredible plane, both the simulation and the actual aircraft.
Man.
I've been spending a lot of time in the Coronado Seneca, which is a really pleasant small twin. We're actually, we launched a trip from Alaska to Ushuaia, where we do a leg every week, and it's been a lot of fun to get that started. I'm also a big fan of the Diamond 62. The Diamond 62 is a beautiful aircraft, both in the sim and in real life, and waiting eagerly for the 737NG. Right here.
Nika Boss,
Thanks,
of course, man.
How's
You're
it going,
welcome.
Fabio? I'm Sky Command
Hey,
for those
Sky.
of you who are virtually here.
Yes.
It goes without saying
Yes,
that you're an
Inverteris.
obvious influence to a lot of us
Modding
in
the
the
mods.
community. And I'm going to break the rules and ask
Ooh.
2 questions.
So, Inverteris, by
the
the way.
first question I got from a podcast that...
By the way, this is Sky Command asking the question. Sky, great enunciation, buddy. Inverteris, you are aware of Mr. Tommy's mod for the 62, right? If you're not, you need to look at that.
It's called How I Built This. And
It's
you're
on
talking
Flight Sim.
about a little bit how you built yourself. So the question is, the first one at least, is what ratio do you attribute luck versus hard work to your success?
That was a good question.
And the second part is, if we can time travel back to the first time you logged onto Twitch
Gamer.
and launched that first stream with the 6 or 7 viewers,
No
you can go
idea,
speak
Ernest.
to yourself, either in
No
chat or
idea.
in
It was
person.
there when I got
What
there.
would you say?
Yeah, easy, huh?
Vulture.
Okay. So
Wait, is that true?
I'll start with the second
That may
one.
be true. I think that's true.
And I think it's keep going, right? Because early on, it can be really tough. It can be
Got it.
very demotivating when you put
Got
a lot
it.
of time into prepping a stream or even doing a stream, and you spend several hours and nobody was there to watch it. Nobody was there to see it. Or even worse,
Interesting,
somebody showed
Vulture.
up and didn't like it, right? They showed up, 2 minutes later, they're gone kind of thing. But the reality is, chances are there's people out there for the content you're putting out. You just haven't been linked with them yet, right? And so
CD,
keep
interesting.
at it. Keep at it. Now, keeping at it is not just showing up on Twitch and doing the streams. Yeah,
That
okay,
does
you
break
got
the
to do
brain
that.
when
That's
it happens,
the
yeah.
minimum. But what else can you do, right? There's a lot of other sort of self-marketing that you can do that helps tremendously. You know, marketing works, ads work. That's why they exist. And you don't have to sort of sell out or super commercialize to get the word out. There's a lot of
Oh, I guess it failed for a little bit. Now I see what you're saying, Adventure.
on
Okay.
giving you the opportunity to
Interesting. It comes right back, yeah. Got it. No, that was during the day, Gamer. The day of. Apparently there were some
on
issues.
giving you the opportunity to get as many steps in as possible today.
I've already taken way too many.
It's nice to meet you too, and thank you for
Right?
your streams.
So basically, Terrence is saying, if you wonder what the hell does this guy know, if you ever fly an PMDG plane, you're using my FDE. That's right. Inverteris, I didn't know you didn't work on the DC-6. Interesting. So Inverteris, guys, is Vangelis, who is a part of the PMDG team, and their FDE expert. So we should all feel very lucky that he's working on a Diamond 62 and Diamond 40. Very little stuff on the 6. Okay. Interesting, Slayer. Interesting, Verteris. Okay. You broke the stream.
right?
I have that
Fabio,
power.
I go by II, sir, in your community. Nice
I think I've heard about you.
I see Factual Well and others here.
Hey.
My question is, it's a little bit self-interested,
By the
I
way,
think, but
that's how he introduced himself. I had no idea he was in the audience, right? Neither did Abby or anybody else. That's how he let us know he was in the audience. Listen to this again.
community.
No.
It's nice to meet you too, and thank you for
Right?
your streams.
Right?
Hey Fabio, I go by II, sir, in your community. Nice
I think I've heard about you.
I go by ISR. It's awesome.
I see Factual Well and others here.
Hey.
My question is, it's a little bit self-interested, I think, but there are so few streamers. There's really a handful.
Can you guys hear the question?
Of teachers who stream MFS. And how do you think about? There's a variety of different types of flyers. Like some are newer, some are GA flyers, some are flying the DC-6, some are doing the tubes. So how do you think about approaching teaching with such a varied group? Because you have 7,000 followers now as of last weekend, and several hundred subscribers. So I'm interested how you think about that every day. Because the thing that I like about the stream is like the Turbo Aero series is geared towards people like me who are relatively new.
So I'll summarize the
who
question.
have been flight simming for a long time, but really didn't take it seriously until last year.
Oh, CD, I didn't hear that either. Where?
a great
When he's
question,
asking the
too.
question? So basically the question is, I do a lot of teaching on stream, right? And II's question is, how do you teach people that know nothing about flying to people that know a lot about flying and the in-betweens? I think that's what the question was.
You guys came prepared. So I think it starts with my personal passion for all areas of aviation, right? So I'm interested in gliders, I'm interested in skydiving, I'm interested in flying a 747, I'm interested in flying an ultralight. And so to me, it's all the miracle of flight, right? And it's all got its own different interests and attraction while all being aviation.
Love gliders.
And so for me, it's very easy to talk about any area of aviation because I can talk just as passionately about this relatively simple thing in aviation versus this relatively complex thing because they're both interesting to me. I happen to be interested in life, right? Life interests me. Little things interest me. I've mentioned on stream before that my sister gave me a little painting I have on the wall that says, "The cure for boredom is curiosity." And then it says, "There is no cure for curiosity," right? And I'm an endless curious person, so I'm never bored. I'm always interested. I'm always looking up things. And so it's natural for me, I think, to want to pass that on.
I'll be right back.
That curiosity just kind of shows, right? Well, then you couple that with the fact that we have a pretty broad spectrum of add-ons available, even for Microsoft Flight Sim, which is a very new sim, but certainly for the other sims, all the way from ultralights or jetpacks to the most complicated airliners, both modern and old. And it makes it very easy, right? But the trick, really, which I think is the crux of your question, is how do you teach something like that, right? How do you shift from teaching the airline mode to teaching general aviation to teaching anything? And I think it's a talent that you develop with experience in instructing, right? Because I remember early on when I got to flight safety, I was not nearly as versed in instructing as I was 15 years later when I left flight safety. And that can be probably said for any job, any experience-based skill in the world. Just like being a pilot, you get better at it the more that you do. So the key is being able to put yourself in someone else's shoes, right? Often, I'm not thinking about something the way that I look at it. I'm thinking about something in the way that somebody that has never heard it before would look at it, right? Because I think that's how you approach teaching anything. That's how you teach a 5-year-old why water is wet, or it's how you teach a 50-year-old about, the theory of relativity. You start from simple and you go to complex. You start from known and you go to unknown. These fundamentals don't change no matter what you teach. And so it's a complicated answer because I think it's really an amalgamate of a lot of different skills and passions and perhaps techniques. But I seem to be lucky enough to be able to shift from one to the other relatively easily, right? So I don't have to kind of recalibrate. I can talk about this concept and then shift to talk to the other concept and in a rather rapid manner. And that is not something I can explain. That's something that just kind of happens. And it's not something I practiced. It's something I acquired naturally by having to teach a room full of people, right? At flight safety, for example, where half of the room would get it and half of the room didn't get it. Okay, well, what do you do now? Well, chances are these guys learn a little bit different, so let's try a different angle, right? Let's try a different direction. Ultimately, instructors learn what motivates a student. Why are they here? Why do they want to learn this? And if you can use that motivator during the explanation, or at least to keep the student going, because sometimes you got to get through dry stuff. No matter how interested you are, this bit over here is going to be dry, but we got to get through it, right? But then you use motivators. You try to find ways to get through the stuff that we have to get through, and then you use the stuff that's really engaging, and you kind of just bathe in that stuff, because that stuff it teaches itself, right? The student just loves that kind of stuff. Another important thing is involving people, right? I try to involve Chad on a very regular basis. First, because I enjoy that. But second, because I learned at flight safety that this phrase was said by Confucius. I think it's been long enough that we don't really know if that's true or not. But the phrase still applies, right? And I'm going to try to recall it. But it says, tell me something and I'll forget. Show me something I might remember. Involve me and I'll understand, right? And it's critical to me that only in that last one, the word understand appears. Because even up to the point where I showed you how to do something, yeah, you can repeat that action, but it doesn't mean you understood why we're doing that action. And that is one of the very fundamentals of instruction, right? Is rote recollection only goes so far. I can teach a monkey to, hey, move the lever, and the monkey's going to learn that eventually when I say move the lever, you're going to move the lever. But why are we moving the lever? That's a level of understanding that the monkey might never achieve. And I think our goals as instructors really is to get that connection, because when you get that sort of light bulb to go off, that person, like the saying says, will never forget that anymore, right? It's no longer something that you knew and you transfer to them. It's something that they learned themselves by doing, by being involved. And that experiential learning, you can't get there by any other means. There's your 10-second answer to your question.
Gonna go back to Twitch, Two-Tone Murphy coming through the great question, and also a big thanks to him for the awesome intro video that we saw at the beginning of Flight Sim Expo.
It was okay.
This question is, do you find limitations or restrictions with flight sims when it comes to teaching viewers? Are there certain topics you just can't use?
That's a good question too. I think the short answer is no, because I don't accept it, right? Meaning, there is always going to be limitations no matter what simulator you use. Even in the aircraft, you have limitations. There's tons of stuff you can't really do or do safely in the aircraft, but it doesn't mean you can't teach it. It doesn't mean you can't come up with a creative way to do it. So, yeah, I think there's no topic that I can't teach or talk about. It's just a matter of how creative am I going to have to get to be able to talk about it. Thanks to Tom, but you didn't stump me.
This one comes anonymously through our online-only show. Why do you fly exclusively on Microsoft Flight Simulator?
It's nothing really more than time. I was explaining this actually right before the session started, right, Evan? We were talking about X-Plane. And with the amount of time that I spend preparing for the streams and testing things that are going to be on the stream, I honestly don't have time to support more than one sim, especially sims like Prepared and X-Plane, which can get to an incredible level of realism, but require a lot of add-ons, a lot of time spent setting them up, and then maintaining all that stuff, like just installing ortho in X-Plane, the amount of storage you need, the amount of time it takes, and you end up with a really good result. But I honestly don't have time to maintain all that stuff and still be able to create the content. And obviously, it's still, I've only been streaming for 1 year, and I have big dreams for the channel, not just in live streaming, but a lot of you have heard me talking about the training series that I've been planning to develop, and eventually sell as a standalone product. That stuff takes a lot of work to create the foundations first, and then to execute the recordings and the production. So it's purely a time limitation. I would love to have 3 machines that are always up to date. I can just sit there and the sims are perfect, ready to go. And every day I can just choose, like, I want to fly this today, I want to fly that today. But it's not practical, right? So I have to choose one. And in choosing one, Microsoft was the least, I would say, maintenance-heavy sim that I could choose. It does limit me currently because there's only a few planes that we can use compared to the other sims. But I think everybody has seen that, Microsoft has achieved insane success with the sim, especially with the Xbox release. And a lot of the developers are working on flight sim versions of their product, so it's a matter of time.
Sheed, you have a question from the room?
Hi, Ken from Centennial near Denver.
Hi, Ken.
I think it's no secret that you're an inspiration to a lot of people, and I think in a lot of ways. In particular, you're not shy about being honest with your mental challenges sometimes. In particular, I remember there was a stream recently where you said that it was the first time that you would click the go live button and it didn't feel like it was I can't remember exactly what you said, but it was like,
right.
where he's like, oh, this is the one time that I've clicked it, and it's like, I feel good about
Chair
it.
time.
Yeah. Right. So I'm wondering.
Sorry, guys, I had to go to the bathroom and then help Abby
to
with something quick.
Going every day and clicking that button, right? What is it a thing you say to yourself? Do you have some sort of mantra? Is it a kiss from your wonderful partner? maybe a slap in the butt, right? What's the thing that keeps you going, right? What do you For somebody that might be struggling to do what you're doing, how would you help them go live? Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. And it's a very good question because it's a topic that we as a society don't.
So if you didn't hear the question, I know you guys can't hear it, sometimes a bit low. I've never made a secret of the fact that a lot of times when I was going to stream, I would have anxiety, right? And nowadays, that's pretty much gone past, kind of like me watching myself. I've gotten used to it, right? But I've never made a secret out of it because I think it helps to talk about it. And so that's what I'm going to talk about now, right? Ken, who is citizen here, asked that question, a question related to this. You know, how do you do it? How do you do the mental side of this? And how do you deal with the anxiety and the things that come with it, right? Sassanach, yes. Yeah, I think, honestly, for me, this was the best part of the talk. For me, it was, right? Because I enjoy talking about this, and also because stuff like this needs to be highlighted more because it has been taboo for so long, right? We've been shy about it, and we can't be. That's not okay. So putting it in the spotlight, talking about it, super important. So I'm really glad that Citizen asked the question. Citizen, thank you so much for that. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with not just my response, but kind of like how our community has approached this issue, right? Because it's obviously not just me or how I feel about it. It's the way everybody here treats it. So really proud of the community on this. So always glad to talk about it.
We don't really talk as much as we should about mental health. And you know, even the lighter stuff of mental health where, okay, I'm not saying you need help or therapy, but just you have some anxiety in something that you do in your life, right? And how do you deal with that kind of thing?
Horse in a box.
And so, yeah, it's very true that until very recently, I've always had anxiety in turning on the stream, right? Because you have to be on. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to do what I do. But at the end of the day, there's also an expectation from everybody watching, right? There's an expectation from my subscribers of a certain quality, of a certain level of content that's going to be there, of a certain level of personality that I'm going to show on stream, right? I mean, I could just show up and be, you know, talk like this. And, you know, so there's always pressures when you have to be on like that. And they definitely create anxiety. At least they did early on. I think it's something that you more grow used to than grow out of. They're always there. I remember there was a Brazilian singer that I really like, and he's very famous in Brazil, but super loved, right? One of those guys that doesn't pay a bill, hasn't paid a bill in his life for the last 50 years, kind of.
By the way, the example I'm about to talk about here, we talked early in the stream about, remember how I said that, you know, I feel pretty comfortable being on stream now. And I think I actually may have said that, like, I don't feel any anxiety or any fear. There is a little bit. There's always going to be a little bit, right? And that little bit, like somebody said in chat, sorry, I forgot who it was. That little bit should be there to keep you on your toes, right? I've always thought that if you're, you know, like you're in school and you're going to take a test, if you're not a little bit nervous about the test, then you should be concerned, right? You should be a little bit nervous. If you're prepared, you should be a little bit nervous. And so I think that little bit is healthy, right? Having too much of it can be debilitating, but a little bit of it is good.
He's a national treasure. And to this day, he said he shakes before he goes on stage because he's extremely nervous to perform in front of people. Even though he knows that, like, no matter what you do, you could be the worst today. It doesn't matter, right? Your career alone, like, people are going to love you. It doesn't matter. He's nervous, right? That's human. That's natural.
Sassanach.
That may be, Sky, another thing that you tell
we're gonna make that happen.
Streamer is that's normal, man. You're going to be nervous. As a matter of fact, if you're not nervous, you should be concerned, right? Maybe that means you don't care as much as you should. The other thing I think is just a general sort of,
Siri.
I guess, recommendation that we all need to talk a little more about, which is it's okay to talk about mental health, right? It's okay to get help for mental health. You get help if you stub your toe. Why don't you get help if you think there might be something going on, right? So it's to treat mental health with the same importance as physical health. I think that's really
healthy
simple as that. It's how we should approach it. And one of the things you said has helped me tremendously too, which is opening up to chat, opening up to the stream and saying that, yeah, guys, I am anxious about this, right? I do have my challenges. And it's incredible. My mom and dad talk about this all the time. They're obviously from a different generation.
Spot on.
Right? They didn't grow up with computers. They still struggle to understand how people relate so much online today. They think it's wonderful, but it's still foreign to them, right? And mental health, definitely not something you talked about in their generation. And so they're always
whatever works, as long as you're not harming other people, right? Whatever works, man.
Amazed at how people open up on chat to share. Somebody says something and you see like 20 other people will commiserate, right?
Exactly,
They'll say, me too, or oh man, and this other thing happened to me. And that kind of space where you feel safe to share, there's nothing better than that.
There you go,
I think
Iowa.
we as humans,
always.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking to relate to other people, to have people relate to us, have people get us. And even though a lot of online communities are pretty toxic, ours is the opposite, right? It's incredibly welcoming to that kind of stuff. I got a message the other day that I shared with my parents. I shared with Abby of a viewer that was it was a long message, but it was really amazing to read because he struggles with depression, I find it very overstated, but his words were that my stream was what carried him through the last few months, right? That he looked forward to coming and watching every day, to see me, to see people in chat, to say hi to everybody, and that it saved his life, right? And just to be able, it's incredibly humbling to read something like that, to know that you have an effect like that. And it's, again, not just me, I'm just a facilitator of that. There's an entire community that allows that to happen. And so it's part of why I wanted to come up here and talk, Ken, is because I feel like I'm just a conduit, right? You know what I mean? This is just a community of amazing people. I'm just a part of that community, and I happen to be one of the voices that can get that word out. But the community has been incredibly supportive of me, of mental health, and so it has become easier, and it's true. Yeah, the other day I turned it on, and it was the first time I was like, perfect. You know, Abby was asking me today, she goes, are you nervous for your talk? And I go, no, I'm feeling like super great. I'm amongst friends, you know? And I've never been a shy person. It's never been oh man, you know, I'm really nervous to go talk up there. But I don't know, I feel at home.
Let's go, man. Fingers crossed, dude. That's awesome.
Question coming up from the room, but I'll take one off.
That's really cool.
Shack Attack 12. Did your partner think you were a huge nerd when you started streaming? And perhaps I should follow it up with, does she still?
Ooh,
so Evan, and Shack Attack or Shark Attack, I'm extremely lucky in many ways, and one of them is in the partner that I have, because she's actually the one that pushed me and encouraged me to go stream. I always thought it was a bit of a crazy dream and a big reach, but Abby thought I should go chase my dreams, and I did, and it's been incredible. And it's funny because you feel like such a cliche, right? You've heard all these people, these successful people say, go chase your dreams, it's what you need to do. And you're like, yeah, easy for you to say kind of thing, right? But and I can't say that every single person that tried to chase their dream was successful, but you certainly won't be if you don't try, right? So it's been incredible to have a partner that not only supports me, but encourages me to do it.
That's an edge.
You got that right. Hey,
Fabio.
How's it going, CD?
I'm doing great. Shout out to Two-Tone, by the way, as well. So as a influencer, content creator, do you have any thoughts on what the Flight Sim community could be doing to expand our outreach to a younger generation, help develop and nurture a new demographic of flight simmers to help keep our hobby growing over the long term?
Again, just tough questions, man.
But great question, CD. Yeah, exactly, CD.
Right, these are young minds that are afraid of coming into a new community, into a new hobby that they know nothing about. they've been probably stepped on in other communities online when they play Call of Duty or whatever it is, right? So they're used to sort of that sort of reception. And so, yeah, wow them with the opposite, right? Aviation is a huge learning curve, no matter what it is that your goal in aviation is. There's a ton of stuff that you need to learn. And it is an industry that tends to eat its young, right? It's not an easy industry to get into.
That'd be amazing with Upson.
Yeah, just be welcoming, right? These people, they are you, like you were one day. You know, you weren't born knowing. Help them. It's a very rewarding thing, I find, to help people, right? To see that at the end of the day, you made a positive difference in someone else's life. There's no money in the world that can make you feel that way.
What's up, 777?
One more back here.
Actually, I have to say FSBB because we have another 777.
Hi, I've been a subscriber for a couple of months now, and I just...
Oh, yeah, Omarch.
Thank you.
I also love your style, the fact that you can ask any question, and no matter how complex or simple it has been, you just treat it the same way, and that's just really awesome.
Thank you.
Also, is there a chance that we might be able to meet Abby, right?
And it's all of our responsibilities. Abby's coming up. Everybody's been waiting for this. She has no idea because she's been working in the kitchen, but she has her AirPods on, so she has no clue what's going on. But yes, Omarch, the children of the Magenta, very, very accurate term for, I guess, a certain type of pilot, right? That allows themselves to get pigeonholed into that, because nobody has an excuse to be there, right? Everybody that is children of Magenta, and anybody that is that dependent on an FMS, on automation, allowed themselves to become that dependent, because when they learned to fly, that automation wasn't there, right? Certainly isn't there in a 172. Nowadays, sure, it's getting closer to that, right? But most of these people, when we started talking about children of Magenta, none of them had any sort of capabilities like that in their primary flight training. So yeah, we can go back and talk about that, because it is a big term in aviation, because it's an issue that we have in aviation. But yeah, it's a term that has been, it's a very descriptive term. It's a great term and has been around for a while. Sassanat, she is cleaning, actually. We allowed the kitchen to get pretty dirty over the week because I was pretty much laid up for most of the week. And so I wasn't helping with the cleaning or anything. She wasn't feeling well for one of the days too. I think she caught what I had, but just like a light version of it. So she was down for a whole day too. So yeah, she's cleaning the kitchen. I see so many comments where people dismiss younger players or people who play on Xbox instead of PC as console kiddies. Yeah. Or merely gamers, not real simmers. That's such an unhealthy attitude. Yeah, exactly. If you want to keep our hobby growing and expand the market so third-party mod makers continue making high-quality products, we have to support and nurture new simmers. Exactly. As a matter of fact, City, I know, check this out. I know three different people that have bought an Xbox Series X to play Microsoft Flight Simulator. They didn't have a PC, and they don't really have a use for a PC outside of Microsoft Flight Simulator, so they bought the Xbox. Makes sense to me, right? And you can be like, oh man, but keyboard, whatever, man. You can add a keyboard to the Xbox. Like, come on, right? So yeah, the whole, look, it's like life, right? You can't just generalize everything. That's not, everybody's an individual, man. Everybody's different, right? Yeah, you can group people into certain behaviors, etc., but you can't assume that anybody coming up from an Xbox is going to be a certain type of person, right? So I fully agree, CD. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, CD. That's what I'm saying. There's a bunch of people buying the Xbox just because of Microsoft Flight Sim, right? So, right. Yeah, exactly, Eagle Eye. Exactly. Now, what's happening is good and bad, right, Eagle Eye? It's good in the sense that the primary flying that we're doing today is, we're diverging from this, sorry, but it's interesting conversations. And you know me. I'm a sucker for chat, man. It's much better that we can train people nowadays very much like they will fly professionally. So we're talking about the people that are going to be commercial pilots, right? Be it whatever, cargo pilots, airlines, business jets, it doesn't matter. We're training those people now in equipment. We're still training them in a 172 perhaps, but the avionics that they're using are much, 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 much closer to what they're going to have on the line of their job as a pilot than we did before. So that's great. That's great. The downside of that is all this automation is guaranteeing that the average piloting skill out there is inferior to what we had before, right? Because now the plane is spoon feeding you a lot of stuff that you had to crunch and figure out and be aware of before. So very different perspective that a pilot has today compared to a pilot that doesn't fly all this neat new avionics stuff in primary flying. So like anything, progress is good and bad, right? We have to sort of plan and celebrate around the successes of progress and deal with the issues that progress brings. And that's one of the issues. Too many advanced simmers that the little warrior at 90 knots and should a simple VRDM approach properly professionally. Yeah, exactly, Terrence. I mean, that's a skill that's diminishing today because we don't do it anymore. And a lot of these skills, they deteriorate without practice, right? It's like shooting a gun. You know, go target practice, shooting 500 shells a day or a month and look at your results at the end, or go do it shooting once a day for a month and see, I mean, come on, right? So these are perishable skills. And unfortunately, because of the way that we fly today, some of the skills that can be very handy, especially in an emergency situation, are not getting practiced anymore. So that's a different conversation, but it's definitely an issue in aviation today, and one that I don't think we're tackling probably with as much energy and passion as we should, right? I work in a single pilot company, says Captain Crawley. Hey, Captain. The amount of pilots that come to us and leave because they struggle with these skills is incredible. Yeah, exactly. So when everything works, that's great. But the problem is these people grow up in that environment of everything works. GPS does everything. You got terrain on your screen, like everything is there, right? And unfortunately, that's the only thing they know. So they don't really know how to fly safely without those tools. All right. Tarbridge Night is here. What's going on, man?
Right now?
Well, get up here.
No, we'll march. Dude, great conversation. And like I said, I'm a sucker for chat. Now we're getting to the actual guest VIP of this presentation.
I think the microphone will pick you up too.
Okay. Hi.
So thank you, by the way, for saying that. And I think are we good time-wise, Evan? Okay, thank you. Oh, look at that.
Okay.
So, but thank you for saying that, because it's another cliche, but it's a cliche because it's true that behind every successful man,
there we go,
there's
Bill.
a powerful woman or a strong woman. And it's
both
certainly
of us.
True in
Nice.
Abby's case. This is not the Fabio show, it's the Fabio and Abby show. And just like an aviation maintenance mechanic, people don't know that. People see the captain up front.
Exactly,
right?
real deal.
They don't see all the people that maintain the aircraft and allow the aircraft to arrive safely at their destination. They don't see the behind-the-scenes stuff. Abby certainly is the most important part behind the scenes and what allows me to do what I do. So thank you for recognizing that.
I don't think they had questions for me.
They might, though. They might.
So.
She was
Sure
hoping they
do.
wouldn't
Don't
have
you guys have questions
for
for Abby? Oh, look at that. Sky has a question for Abby.
You can have this back.
So just make sure you repeat the question for the stream when it gets asked, please.
Okay.
Sure. So, what percentage do you attribute Fabio's good looks to hard work?
You have to repeat the question.
What percentage do I attribute Fabio's good looks to hard work?
To his stream, or what ratio of hard work and good looks?
Like, how much effort does he put into his looks?
Oh, yes.
Like 2%. No, no. He's naturally just gifted, obviously.
Hey, fan club. I'm reading your message here.
I'm going to go now. I'll see you guys later.
I mean, we heard George Clooney. I think the biggest thing we had to work on was just him getting a better
Discovery
haircut
Flight.
and better clothes. But he did that. So he honestly wakes up and looks good. So unfortunately, it's
amazing.
a lot more work for some of us. So 2%.
Thank you, Sky. Great question.
Citizen, she really is.
From Nicholas on the stream for Abby. What's with all that noise from the kitchen during the streams?
It's from Fabio not cleaning up the night before. So I have to clean.
Nice. Thanks, Nico.
Other questions from the room? Anyone else in the room want to ask anything?
Any other questions, guys? Oh, one there.
I've got a question. As far as conflict resolution, I'm glad you haven't really experienced that, but online I've seen it in some chat rooms.
Can't hear the question either, but I think she's going to repeat it.
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft Flight Sim, 20 guys out there. And sometimes you get in conflicts. What's your ideas of conflict resolutions? I also do scenery design, and sometimes I get in some conflicts about my sceneries, and people complain about what I do. What do you do to kind of resolve that?
All right. So for our friends on YouTube and Twitch, the question was, how do you address conflict resolution? The person asked that question is a Microsoft Flight Sim X user. And he's saying sometimes I get in conflicts with people in other sims. He also creates sceneries. And sometimes there's conflict with people voicing their opinions, perhaps, about your work.
No, Skip, not at all.
So,
not at all.
I say, especially online, number one thing is don't take it personally, right? These people don't really know you or who you truly are or what you're about. They've seen a tiny sliver of you, and they're judging you on that, right?
Played a lot, 777.
And so it's developing the ability
to
not take it personally, which is not easy.
1,500 battles.
We were talking earlier, right, Ken, that I think we all have to admit that we're extremely emotional animals, and emotions will happen before that logic can kick in. So
it seems like that Sassanach in a very good way.
Being able to not take it personally helps tremendously.
Just a great match.
And then second is, don't be too proud of your own argument, of your own work, right? Meaning, hey, they may have a point, and perhaps this other party is expressing it in a bad way. They're being aggressive about it, right? Or they're being rude about it. But the point may still stand. And so the second thing I would say, and this helped me a lot through my professional career, was to be able to, especially when I got into management, was to be able to separate the argument from the delivery, right? The point from the delivery. We can address the delivery later, right? I don't want you to talk to me this way. We can talk about how you do that next time. But I recognize that what you're saying is correct. We do need to address this issue, whatever it is, or you're right. You have a point. And third is, and this is the toughest one, right? Especially when there is conflict, especially when you're being
Cobra.
Not attacked, but talked to in a way that you don't appreciate it. Sadly, is kill them with kindness, right? Treat them like you want to be treated.
Nice, Tarbridge.
And more often than not, that does diffuse the situation at least a bit.
No, Kona.
And if it doesn't, at least you have that high road that you took to look back into and go to bed at night and say, hey man, I tried, I did everything I could. At the end of the day, you can't fix them, right? If there is no fixing, there is no fixing. More often than not, people are not as bad as they seem online, right? It's just because they had a bad day or because something happened and they're just kind of taking it out on you. They may not even realize they're doing that sometimes. So I try to follow those things, and those three premises tend to keep me pretty happy and going back to going online.
TCBug Gaming, thanks again. Welcome in.
Is from Dalmatian. Who do the cats like better?
Zaxxas.
You want to answer that?
No, you can answer that one. Go ahead.
I would like to say that the cats like me better, but lately that's been changing. Shadow is very close to both.
No, Dalmatian, not at all.
She always sleeps in bed.
Hey, the cats are an important part of the stream.
Next to me.
Right?
But lately she's been shifting and sleeping more.
She knows we're talking about her.
So I think she's a traitor that we should get rid of now.
I think they both like me more now. Both of them, because I give them more attention now.
Oh, nice. Nice,
Yeah,
Tarbridge.
that's true. That is true. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's more based on who's home more. I think the cats just want attention. They're not that particular.
Cats don't really like anybody.
Yeah,
exactly,
there you go.
Nikabas. Exactly.
There you go. But thanks, Evan. I appreciate that. Guys, any last questions here? Over here?
All right, hi, Fabio. Nico Boss over here.
Hey, Nico Boss. How's it going,
Nico
man?
Boss. There we go.
Question for both of you. Obviously, it takes a lot of preparation to start a stream, and
Zero, Kona. Zero. If she only knew, huh? If she only knew. Right?
Yeah, that's a tough question too. So for online folks, the question is, how do you balance your life with work and home, knowing that outside of streaming, you got to spend all this time reading manuals, learning the planes, flying, testing everybody. Stuff. I think Abby's here to tell you it's still something I'm learning, Nico. It's tough.
I'm sorry, it's Nico.
I have a tendency, and I've always been this way, it's just the way I'm built. I have a tendency to kind of focus on whatever it is that I'm doing, and that becomes the single thing I do in life, right? So if I'm focusing on the stream, everything else in my life falls apart. If I'm focusing on our relationship, everything else falls apart. That's typically how I am. So I've done a lot of work to outgrow that, but it is hard. One of the things that that's helping me, Abby is a very organized person. She uses, one of the things she uses to stay organized is a planner, just a simple paper planner. And so I'm trying that now.
I was going to show you my planner, right? But it's just actually on my desk in the room. A morning routine
before I stream, an evening routine, and really kind of reviewing the things. I look at it this way, Nico. I have many hats. One of my hats is I'm a father. I have two kids. One of my hats is I'm a son. I have two parents that I have to think about. I'm a boyfriend, right? I'm a streamer. So I have several hats. And the trick, I find, is shifting hats often enough, right? Because if I don't think about it, I'll just put one hat on and stay with that hat forever. So doing the morning routine where I have to kind of review my things, my goals for the day, both my professional and personal goals for the day, for the week, for the month, it allows me to remember that, oh, this afternoon I got to put that dad hat on because I need to work on that thing for the kids.
Yes, Iowa, just to answer that question, you can still buy a ticket to Flight Sim Expo, and it will give you access to all the sessions that were streamed that are now on their exclusive YouTube channel for 60 days. So it's like watching it live, except it's recording. And my code FOF still gives you 10% discount. So it would end up being $13.50 or something. Well worth it. Yeah, that's what I heard from everybody. That actually, every single person that I talked to that watched it online said the same thing. Not one person said, man, it wasn't worth the money. Everybody said it was well worth, the $15. So if you're interested, yeah, you can still do that. FlightSimExpo.com.
That I told them I was going to do. So it's staying on top of it, which I'm not very good at. So I use some tools like a planner to try and do it.
And from a partner's viewpoint, because there's a lot of partners involved in those who are streaming or those who are watching. I'll even say take a break because I'm sure like some of the partners want their partners back from your stream. Like they need a minute to hang out with them too. I want you and they want their partners. But be supportive and be involved. So and be patient. We still have days where we have to figure out like when are we going to hang out, when are we going to have quality time together. Yeah. There were times when we weren't getting much time together and we had to get through that too. And finding what works for your relationship and having support people around you.
By the way.
And be involved. So I'll ask him, what are you doing for stream tomorrow?
What a bad bee that she is. Just going up on stage, talking like this is her conference.
So I'm excited about it, or I'm
quite the woman.
Well, so it's not some foreign concept to me.
She still can't hear me. I'm not doing this for my own benefit. I'm telling you guys, it's the truth. She's all busy over there. Hey, Mr. Jazz, what's going on? Dalmatian.
You can network with people. I've met some pretty cool people already who are partners of
Skip.
Other streamers.
Good feedback
partners of people who are
for them,
Fabio,
actually.
And it's been really cool to be involved like that as well. So just surrounding yourself with good people who are
she did.
Of your dream if you want to chase it.
Yeah.
Por seguro.
I think we maybe have time for one more if we do it very, very quickly.
One more, okay.
Last question, Joey.
Ibanez, exactly.
In the sim or in real life?
Oh, Joey Bolo's question. I hope the music isn't too loud. I'll stop the music.
Okay. Okay, so let me just repeat the question
Joey,
for online.
This was you.
Joey Bolo asked, in the sim or in real life, what's a place you'd like to visit or that you've been to and you love, kind of thing?
Should we say it on 3 where we want to go? We both want to go and see if we have the right answer?
Oh, boy.
Okay. Let's see.
At this point, I immediately go, no. Okay, so this is the undoing of my entire brand and channel up until now. I'm going to say something wrong, It's going to be different than what she says. We're going to be seen as this joke couple. And I'm done. I'm going to need a new job. That's what's going through my mind. Immediately when she looked at me and said that, I go, crap, right? It's that like husband, boyfriend reaction that you all have. It's the same kind of reaction. It's very similar to like your partner's talking to you. You're not really paying attention, but you're going like, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. And all of a sudden it gets too quiet. You look over and they go, what did I just say? And you're like, it's that kind of reaction, right? Hey, Bunnis. Exactly,
no.
Kona.
We've talked about this, remember. I'll give you hints.
Oh, right. So she sets it up even worse. We've talked about this, remember.
Yeah, she goes, you have no reason to get this wrong.
One day, okay?
The what?
It's a short word.
Oh, boy.
Do you
Okay.
Can you count you down?
1, 2, 3.
Fiji. Yes. There you go.
Fiji. We're gonna go to
Fiji it is. Fiji it is. Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me up.
Stage.
Well, actually,
Yeah,
if I
take
could
that.
stay for one more question for me, if that's okay. I would just love to hear what you guys think of your first ever Flight Sim Expo.
Oh, it's been fantastic.
Well, it's my first Flight Sim Expo. So I was actually talking to somebody today, and they said I had no expectations. I didn't really know what it was going to be like. And I didn't know what it was going to be like to hold one like this.
Now, what anniversary was it?
During a pandemic. Because we obviously know we would have more people here, more exhibitors if the world was normal right now. It's been incredible, man. And Evan, it's not because you asked.
At least it's not like the
watching
third.
the stream knows I shoot pretty straight.
Happy anniversary, by the way.
I'm actually really impressed with how well organized everything was. That initial presentation today at 9 a.m. when you guys kicked it off, you and Phil, amazing information, super well delivered. Like every one of my questions was answered immediately, like boom, boom, boom. It's really been a class act to watch you guys do this and do this in a bit of a challenge of not having enough people here, not having sold the tickets you probably would like to sell. So really, props to you, props to the team. This is an incredible event and an event that I think the community needed. Right, the community.
Look, Sionic, it's going to happen.
Really only exists online for most of the year. So being together like this is an incredible opportunity for everybody to get to know each other.
Exactly.
Right, to exchange all kinds of great information. And to grow the community.
Thanks,
buddy. But I would like to remind people, if I may, Evan, that
really paid off.
You can still get tickets if you didn't attend in person, right? You didn't have your online ticket. You can buy tickets after the event. Is that right, Evan?
That's right.
And it will do what, 60 days access to the videos.
Exactly.
All right. So if you miss Flight Sim Expo, you didn't really miss it. You can buy a ticket. You can go back and watch all of the sessions that have been recorded for 60 days. Perfect. There you go. So if you missed it, you didn't really miss it, which I think is awesome too. And if you attended, Evan, is that true too? That if you attended in person, you also have access for 60 days to us. So if you are here and you missed any sessions, you can still watch them online, which I think is awesome. So congratulations to you and team, man. This is an incredible event.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Great presentation, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for attending today. We have a meetup tonight, 7 p.m. by the fire pit out there by the lobby. Grab a drink at the Monkey Bar and join us at 7 for a good time.
Monkey Bar.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right. There we go. There we go. Well, thanks for sitting and watching that with me. That was pretty interesting. I really enjoyed the questions that you guys had. That was actually really cool. Really, really cool. Yes, SNH. I thought it was a good talk. The initial talk before the questions, I wish I had done more, but like I said, I wanted to keep it to 20 minutes, right? So, yeah, that was good. That was good. But I really enjoyed the question and answers, mainly because of the questions I got, because you guys asked some really good questions that led to some good discussions. So just like you guys do here in chat. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Virtual Pilot, thank you very much for saying that. Thanks, Joey. Appreciate that, guys. The second time around. Thanks, Ibanez. Can I just say what a great channel and brand you created here over the past year, Mr. Hey, Bunnis, thank you very much for saying that, buddy. That's, wow, that's humbling, and thank you. Thank you. Let's see here. Ah, yes, citizen. I get that. I get that. All right, so now we're going to do that flight, right? That flight, what are you talking about, Fabio? I'm talking about this. Talking about the flight I mentioned from my hometown to Ubatuba, heading 128, no GPS when I learned to fly. So we're just gonna heading this and dead wrecking our way there. And the weather is actually a bit worse than when I tried this flight in real life, but this might actually work just fine, right? We're gonna go basically that way, and look at the rain we already have there. Yeah. So I think this might actually work out. I'm gonna try. It looks like it's too closed up weather, but we'll try. But welcome to my my hometown. As a matter of fact, you can see my house from here. Well, my parents' house. Yep. I grew up that close to the airport. This is all Embraer over here. And then we have some military hangars over here. The city itself is over there. You can see sort of a downtown over here. There's another, it's not a downtown, but there's a shopping mall, super popular place over here. But that's, yeah, that's Sao Jose dos Campos. That's my city in Brazil, where I'm from. Yeah, proud to be from there. Yeah, sorry, cutes. It's all old stuff, man. It's all old stuff. I totally forgot to go into the bot and change it. Mods, you guys still around? I saw Scooter and Santi earlier. I don't know if they're still here. Hey, Barbecue, what's going on, man? What is going on? Yeah, we got the Piper Cub, right? We're going to basically do the same flight. Look at the color of the sky. Definitely not a sky you would take off in this kind of aircraft. But today, hey, why not? All right, Santi, buddy, can you please update route with just the direct to that we're doing? I'll put it here in chat, but it's basically Sierra Bravo, Sierra Juliet to Sierra Delta, Uniform Bravo, just like that. I do, Mechanical. I do. So these that we're going to go over today, they're not like mountains. They're like 3,000 feet, 3,500 feet. And, you know, besides the sheer cliffs over here, it's nothing like super steep. But over here, look, on the northern side of the valley, we have some more interesting terrain and much higher terrain, right? So yeah, we do have some mountains over here and mountain towns, little quaint little mountain towns. Very, very cool. Very cool. We visit this area in the winter sometimes because it's a cool sort of pretend place to feel like you're not in Brazil. Because even in the winter down here in Brazil, it's going to be decently warm. I mean, it's like 50s, but, you know, for winter time, it's warm. I guess that's relative. Oh, that's awesome, Sassanetch. That's really cool, dude. Citizen, that's amazing. That's probably going to be the best food of the trip, man. All right, sounds good, Nika Boss. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for being here. Sassanetch, it's actually East US. I rock East US server. Lots of people loading up. That's awesome. Yeah, sorry, Dalmatian. We're fixing that too. Yep, yeah. Santi's on it. He is on it. All right, guys. So, basically, we're going to take off and heading 128 and try to get to Ubatuba. Right? Citizen. Let's see. All right. Let's get this baby going, right? Just familiarize myself a little bit here with this cockpit. I'll go up. Yeah, there we go. That's a little better. That's more like it. My view from up here. Oh, nice. I like the detail here. Good job, Asobo. Okay, so we got our trim wheel here, my flaps, throttles, got my stick. This might be parking brake. No, it's not. This might be my fuel cutoff. Not really sure either. Okay. Would be great if we had labels, but we don't. All right. Got maybe a master here. Ignition off, on, and start. We got mags here. And landing lights. This doesn't work. And strobes. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Hey, Mort, what's going on, man? I just downloaded it, Mort, and I'm still going to check it out today, I think. We'll see. We'll see how long this flight takes to the beach, if we can get there. But I want to try the Junkers. Definitely want to try the Junkers today. Well, not want to. I will. Okay, so I think this is my master battery here. So let's turn that on. We need the mags on. We're going to start this engine, right? Clear prop. Okay, it's clear out there. Nobody up front that I can see. Mixture is not needed. This is a fuel injected non-mixture engine. I guess that's fuel open. Let's try this. All right, we have fuel. Where's my fuel indicator up there? Ooh, hold on, hold on. I'll do one of these. That's... Wait a sec. Oh, it doesn't go... Whoa, look at that. Nice. Nice slow taxi, too. Oh, my gosh. All right, we definitely have fuel, but not much. Not much. Let's see. Yeah, 50%. Okay, that's not bad. All right, let's see if we can start her up. Oh, I guess battery's on the key, so off and on is... Okay, power. So what is this guy? Ah, that's just for the radios. That's like a radio master. Okay. Here we go. And she starts right away. I'm going to do landing lights since we don't have a beacon. Oh, little rain. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's go. I guess I don't have... Yeah, I guess I don't have a parking brake. Let me see. No? Okay. So here we go, guys. Let's do this. But really, I just forgot to put the parking brake on while starting the engines. Luxionica, that's funny, dude. That is funny. That looks amazing, by the way. That was my first time seeing it in game. My first time seeing it in game. Looked amazing. So, 777, if you're still here, buddy, yes, I stopped playing World of Tanks when I started spending money on it. Because I played as a free-to-play for a long time. Then I was like, you know, like, never bought anything. Then a tank came out that I thought was super cool. So I started spending money on it. And when I started spending money on it, I go, you know what? Not a good thing, because I'm going to probably keep on doing this. So I'm going to nip that in the bud right now. So that's what I ended up doing. Sassanach, look at you over there, man, with the King Air. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. All right, let's put one notch down of flaps. Whoa. Whoa, 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 baby. Baby, baby. Baby, 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 baby. What is the wind? Oh, the wind is 210. Uh-oh. Yo. Okay. So it's going to be a bit of a crosswind here from the right. By like 60 degrees crosswind. Or the icon. Oh, yeah, the icon is really cool, too. Whoa! Did you see the wind pick up the tail like that? Holy moly. That was insane. That was insane. Ah, Gandicoot is here too. Yes, Fat Rat. East US, buddy. East US. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Nice. Luxionica right behind me. What a beautiful aircraft. Look at that. Whoa! Alright, so let's do this. We're gonna go strobes. Okay, and I have, well, no mixture, right? But I got flaps. Fuel is on. And no pump. No fuel pump either, so it's just go. Gandicoot, you can go ahead and go, buddy. Otherwise, I can just go through you two. Yeah, I know, right, Avalier? Ah, there we go. He's moving. Okay, let's go. Man, that looks so cool. Look at the landing light reflecting on the disc of the prop. That's awesome. Wow, King Air is backing up. That's amazing. Sassanach, that's very nice. Luxiotica says, I'll go. Ah, nice. Okay, let's get the show on the road then. Thank you, Sassanach. Very kind of you, sir. Very kind of you. Caution, wake turbulence. Look at that wind. Look at that wind. Hold on. There. That was the problem during my taxi. It's also very strong. Very strong. Okay, let's do this. So here's what I'm going to do, guys. In real life, in a plane this small, I would do this. Look, it's a pretty wide runway, and my takeoff run is going to be very short. I'm going to park my aircraft here on the left side of the runway and actually angle it a little more into the wind as opposed to just straight down the runway and take off this way to have a little bit of a less of a crosswind. Right, so here we go on the brakes. I'm going to go full power. Get the tail up. Brakes off. Into the wind. Woo. And up we go. There we go. That's a little easier to handle that crosswind this way, right? Why? Because this plane is so light. By the way, I didn't do altimeter setting, but it looks like it's standard. I didn't do... sorry, so it's a plane this light can really get jostled by a crosswind like that, right? I mean, look at how much crab I have just to stay over the runway. Yeah? So angling into the wind, those 10, 20 degrees that you can gain can make a big difference. You know? Can make a big difference. Let me unmute the alerts here. Open climb. Dude, I didn't even see that you subscribed. Thank you so much for that, my friend. Scared of Heights, thanks for the follow. LSRP Net, same thing. Thanks for the follow, man. All right, guys, so we're pretty much done with the runway here. There's Embraer down there. Oh, look at that. That's showed in the satellite picture. How cool is that? Because it is on the grass there. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome, Wage. That's awesome, man. It makes such a difference. Guys, let's go to a heading of 128 or 6. 128. Heading 128. And you can tell already by looking forward that, look, it definitely looks like some of those clouds are interacting with the terrain up ahead, yeah? This is 135, 7 more degrees to the left. And guys, I can't climb too much because we have clouds above. So this is a very good analog for the flight that I did. So I'm going to kind of level off here and just start picking my way. Bring the engine back a tad so it's not at full power. Oh, nice. Look at this. What a view. What a view, guys. Wow. Wow. All right, how's my heading? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's about 128. Okay. So I'll pick something on the horizon to keep that heading, but keep in mind there's wind blowing me now almost 90 degrees, actually 90 degrees. So I'm going to keep sliding left here as we fly along. So if I pick a point out here that I want to fly to lock that heading in, right? I can. But because I'm sliding sideways, pretty soon that point's going to be off to the right. And if I keep turning towards it, I'm actually going to be on the wrong heading. So instead, I'm going to counter to the right here to maybe 135 or so on the heading. And that's going to be my heading that hopefully gives me a track of about 128 over the ground. Now, you can calculate that stuff. Here, I'm just guessing. Man, it's cool to see my home like this, you know? I haven't been there in a while. Oh, so cool. Whoa. The weather is way worse over there. And you can tell that there's definitely, much like the day that I flew, some isolated showers. And so that's what we're going to be picking up or picking our way through all the way there. Sassanach, are you talking about my heading? Yeah, it's going to oscillate, man. It's a VFR flight, so I don't have to lock onto the heading, you know? I can just kind of do here and there kind of thing. Here and there kind of thing. She's flying faster than I expect. Oh, no, this is... Ah, yeah, this is kilometers per hour. Let me see. 175 kilometers per hour is about 110 knots, right? Just about? Let's do that. Let's do that math. Let's do that math. 175 kilometers per hour in knots. Oops. Jesus. $95. Okay, little less. Little. Oh yeah, because it's 1.8. Okay. Yeah. There you go, Fat Rat. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. All right, so we're starting to get into that more hilly, mountainous area. The valleys are going to get deeper. The tops are going to get a little higher, and you're going to see that we're going to have some opportunities to dive into some of these valleys if we have to. It looks like if I'm not under rain, look, the ceiling is high enough that I don't have to get into a valley, right? But you can see very easily how, if the ceiling is lower, that would be the case, yeah?
J
also, hold on a second.
Just resubscribed for 11 months.
Oh.
Hope you're feeling better, Fabio.
There we go. I was missing that, sorry. My local volume was way up so I could hear the sim. I didn't realize you guys couldn't hear it as much, and now I realize that OBS is too loud, so let's bring it back to a more manageable volume, and about there. Think we're good? Yeah, cute. So I think I just fixed it. Yeah, Fat Rat. Close enough, buddy. Close enough. Yeah, Dalmatian. That was awesome. Beautiful. I love this whole region in Brazil. It's beautiful to me, right? Rolling hills, lots of rivers, lots of farms, true countryside. You know, you find places in here where people have lived pretty isolated lives, except for like their local village, their whole lives. You know, it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Tickle, thank you very much, my friend. Also, Jay Weasel, I am feeling better. Jay, thank you very much. Being here already makes me feel better, so thank you for that. And the tier 1 sub. And Tickle, thank you very much, man. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Hey, Moat, how are you, buddy? Baganari is here, too. What's going on? I gotta say, amazing speech with Abby the other day. Love the way you handle it. Oh, so confident. Hope someday my English can be so perfect as yours. Congrats, mano. Valeu, Baganari. Abração pra você, cara. Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado. And then Moat said, yep, good to see you're feeling better. Just so you know, I'm flying my first Flight Sim flight right now. That's amazing, dude. Moat, that is remarkable, my buddy. That is remarkable. Okay, a little bit more to the right, guys. A little bit more to the right. I think. Nope, too much. All right. I'm trying to get away from that rain right there, and so I kind of use it as an excuse for I needed more heading, but now I'm gonna go more 140 here. Whoops, a little bit less for 140. Oh my God, Luxionic, are you serious? Wait, are you stalling the Junkers this low to the ground, buddy? I know, right, Barn? Look at this, man. Let's have a look outside. What a pretty region, isn't it? I find it so pretty around here. Look at that. Those rain shafts over there. Getting a little too low. Watch out. Beautiful area, yeah. Scud running is a blast, just a little sketchy. Yeah, exactly, Dread. Exactly. Yeah, that was one of the lessons I learned that time, right? Because I figured as long as I was in the valleys, you know, and the ceiling stayed where it was, I was golden. I could find, you know, in the charts, I could see, you know, from this valley to that valley to, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, I can do this. I wasn't expecting a wall of water. That was a big lesson for me. Big lesson. All right. So as we go around this, this rain shaft, I'm going to continue updating my heading here to be a little closer. There we go, to 130 or so. Oh yeah, look how much lower the clouds are up ahead, guys. Ooh, that's going to be a bit of a problem, I think. Oh, that's amazing, Luxionica. I'm going to have to talk to Milviz about that. That's amazing. Yeah, Barn, exactly what I was looking at. Exactly what I was looking at. Okay, so far so good, right? A little bit of rain. Hitting a little bit of rain, but that's okay. We know the main shaft is over there. We should be good over here, right? Most of the rain is coming from over there. Ooh, nice. Nice. I love having this much visibility, you know? It's awesome. It's awesome. Little farm down there, looks like. Oh, yeah. Coming up on some beautiful lakes over here. It's actually a dam. Did you fly your solo in this weather? Because my instructor wouldn't even try to fly in this weather. It always needed to be perfect. And now I have my license. It's hard to know if it's really okay to fly. Wish he wouldn't be that scared of clouds and gotten to fly in a little worse weather with an instructor. So JP, very important what you're saying right now, right? One of the duties of a good flight instructor is to expose the student to marginal weather, right? Obviously, in a safe way. But you got to do it. You can't just fly when the weather is great. Because at some point, that person is going to be in a situation that's less than great. And if they have zero experience with that, what do they do? What do they do, right? Live weather, Charles. Yep, live weather. So, I fully understand your concern. My recommendation, JP, is go fly with people that are comfortable flying in this kind of weather. Put them as safety pilots. So you're still the pilot, but they're your safety pilot, right? And then go fly in marginal weather. You need that experience. You need that exposure, but don't do it by yourself. Do it with somebody that has been there before and can be there as a safety pilot, okay? But do it. You need to do that because of exactly what you said, right? So yes, this wasn't a solo flight. This had an instructor in the back, but we went. Also keep in mind different times, right? This was in the early 90s. Yeah, early 90s. And so very early 90s. So people were a little more willing to push than today. And I'm not saying that was okay, but I think often it was okay. I think sometimes we probably push a little too much, but often it was okay to push because of what you said. That exposure to marginal weather, right? And doing it in a safe manner. Guys, seriously, how pretty is this area? Look at this reservoir. You can tell it's a little bit lower than it normally should be, right? All that bare dirt showing on the coastlines is normally underwater. And now you can tell also mountains are getting a little higher. That's right, Baganario. Or at least I believe it is. That's what's so awesome about visually accurate sims like this, says Dreadnought. Go fly tons of super gnarly crazy things, and when you get into something not as crazy in a real airplane, you're not even phased and go right to your training. Exactly, Dreadnought, exactly. That's exactly right. That's true too, gamer. Some instructors don't trust their students. Okay, we need to climb, so let's get going with that. I told you, this is Scotland with sun. Sassanach. Ah, yeah, Paraibuna, não Igaratá, Baganario. Valeu, Uca. Yeah, that's Paraibuna. It is a reservoir, but it's Paraibuna, not Igaratá. Igaratá, I believe, is to the northwest of São José, Baganario. How's the heading? Pretty good. Holding about 130. Considering that much right, or I should say, more east than we were supposed to go. We did to go around that rain. Holding a heading of 130 or so, which is very close to what we should have, is pretty okay for now. All right. Should be good enough altitude here. I'm at 4,500. But you can tell that at 4,500, look, not a whole lot of room, right? So yeah, they do get pretty high around here. Ah, Baganario, there you go. Right beside Arujá. Yep. I had a fun driving instructor. Whenever I forgot to use the turn indicator, he would lean out of the window and yell, "We're turning left!" That's fantastic. Hey, Zazran, that works. I bet you were so embarrassed, you started to remember to use your turn signal. That's amazing. Hey, those clouds, no joke. No joke. Maybe left is going to be a good option here. Yeah, Luxionica. Uh-huh. All right. Let's start some evasive maneuvers. So yeah, that's not looking fantastic. That's a little bit better. So I'm going to try I'm gonna try and maybe try my way like around here. I see the clouds are very low, but you see there's some valleys there. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see what happens. For now, I'm gonna stay above these clouds in between the layers, because I'm still VFR because of all this open area here, right? So I'm gonna see if there are any holes over the clouds over this area here. Joey Bolo, that's awesome. Nice. Nice. Man, this weather is pretty dicey. Pretty dicey. Hey, Pit, how's it going, buddy? How's it goes? What's going on, my man? There is no risk of icing. No, not yet. I think our temperature... actually, I don't know if I have a temperature gauge out here, do I? I don't think I do. Mm-hmm. No? Maybe this? No, that's... okay. Probably have this in alt. Slight issue. How do I move on to the next one? Enter. Ah, okay. Enter. There we go. Okay, how are we doing out here? Yeah, we're still progressing over those clouds. Not looking great. Behind the fuel valve. Oh, the fuel valve. Is that the fuel valve over here? I thought that... oh, hold on a second. What's this guy over here? I don't know. Is that where the parking brake was going to be? No, over your head. Okay. But there's no fuel valve. There's a... oh, this! Okay, sorry. I didn't realize, because look, there's no... and there's a padlock. Is this a fuel valve? What? Yeah, but where's... temperature gauge? Oh, is that... no. To your right, up top. Uh-oh. I hear rain? No. Okay, hold on, guys. I gotta do some aviating here. And navigating. Yeah, this isn't looking great at all. How's my heading? I mean, heading is spot on. Obviously, I can't do that. But look, I can see a little terrain here. Ish. We're gonna push through? Fala, Zodin, beleza? Yeah, it's a fuel meter. These are fuel meters. Yep. These are fuel gauges. Ah, you guys were thinking that... okay, got it. No, so I think I don't have a outside air temperature indication here. Oh, I could have just hit VFR. Function. No other functions. Okay. So I guess I'm a little... oh boy. This is rapidly getting super bad. So I'm going to fly in between the layers here and hope for the best. Obviously not okay to do in the real world. But that's why we have the sim, right? Full send, exactly, Bart. So, guys, that is exactly why we have the sim. What I like about this is that we can see the outcome for some of these scenarios. And you've noticed that in some of these cases, things end up being okay. And in some other cases, I die. It's as simple as that. Where are we, gamer? We are, I would say about halfway, maybe halfway, between my hometown and a beach airport, recreating that flight that I talked about that I did when I was learning to fly. There's a little river over here. Okay. Oh, opened up a little bit more here on the left. That's nice. How's my heading? Close, but again, I can't fly through this, so I'm going to fly through the right. Ooh, maybe the left. Hard to tell. Left or right? I'm closer to the right. I'm going to try right. Oh, exactly. I'm gonna look back and see he's asleep. Okay, well, we're gonna keep on going. Exactly, Gabrad, exactly. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Man, what a beautiful countryside. I miss this. Okay. And heard that they send their students in bad weather, but my instructor really trusted me. He said that I had the skill for the skill test around the 20-25 hour mark. Nice. And took my skill test at 46. Since then, when I had my first competition, which got scrubbed because of weather, and had to turn around myself, got IMC at 800 feet between hills. Oh my god, and that is about the only experience in bad weather. Okay. Was one of the most educational flights I had. Wow, JP. Zombie, this is near my house in Brazil. It's between Sao Paulo and Rio. Between Sao Paulo and Rio. Look at those roads. Alright, now I'm gonna skirt this big boy over here because I need to get back to a heading of about 130 or so. So we're gonna slowly start a turn here. Bayhen, I should be. I should be. Let me have a look at my Volanta here. Okay, so origin is going to be... I'm putting in an origin and destination in it. Destination. Whoops. There we go. All right. Yep. So I am on Volanta, tracking. Yeah, it is, Johnny. It really is, man. All right, so JP, first of all, I'm glad that glad you survived that flight, right? Like you said, it was a great school. Also glad for that. But I still say you need to be exposed to more weather like that. So I would still think about getting an instructor. Guys, look, there's no under this, right? I'm thinking, where am I going to go up here? But can I get under and then go under? But look, I can't. There is no under. I could get super low and be super dangerous because I'd have to be basically skimming the trees to be able to see out the window. Because I don't know, if this doesn't open up once we get over the airport, how am I going to find it? Right? Yeah, Dreadnought, exactly. Yes, Ian. Oh, no. Ian Wheat Bell, is that right? So, Ian, yes, it's pretty realistic. Whoa, nice. It's pretty realistic. Look at this valley over here. I'm tempted, but again, I don't like what's up there. Guys, I think I'm going to have to get into this. Let's give it a try. See what kind of visibility we get. Look, it's open over there, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these clouds here as my test. And if I can't see anything, I know I can just climb and turn right, and I have this opening here, right? So I'm going to test kind of what my visibility would be if I really got low down to the ground and try to go inside this stuff. Ooh, no, Sassanach. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. Alright, so. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to try a little bit over here. Like this thicker stuff over here. Man, this is incredibly dangerous, right? Because, I mean, look, can you see a little bit of the terrain? Yes, you can. Maybe not enough, but also you can't see power lines, you can't see radio antennas. Those things would kill you for sure. For sure. Oh boy. Man, it's hard to see. Holy crap. This is not going to be doable, is it? I know, Johnny. This is crazy. Okay, so. Zesran. Oh, really, Jesus? Okay, so here's my heading, right? I mean, come on. This is suicide. This is suicide. Yeah, Wage. It seems like it. It feels like it for sure. Hey, Rennet Rock, what's going on, man? All the best from Jersey. Dude, that's awesome.
All the best from
Jersey's a place I want to visit. That's really cool, dude. Thank you so much, Rennet Rock. I really appreciate that. Wow, 5 months, man. Let's go. Oh my god. Guys, I'm gonna die. Like, this is the stupidest thing. By the way, did you notice that I don't have an attitude indicator, right? Yeah, this is the stupidest thing. One of the stupidest things I've done on stream. I've done some pretty stupid things. This is one of the stupidest. Now, why do I keep going? Because, again, I like using the sim to push, to see how marginal something becomes before it's truly unworkable or before, you know, you make a mistake and die. Yeah, Rodopsin, exactly. Actually, yes. Actually, yes. Thank you. Whoa! A Junkers appears out of nowhere. By the way, thank you, News. Oh my god. I lost contact with the ground for a second. Hold on. I know I'm turning left. I know. Oh, we're gonna definitely die. We're definitely gonna die. This is... Oh my god. Oh my god. You know we're gonna die, right? Does everybody know we're gonna die? Is everybody aware of the fact we're about to die? Holy crap. I have to go down in the valleys like this so I can see the ground. Right? But the problem is then a mountain comes and it's like, oh man, it's too much. I can't climb it, you know? Holy crap. Oh, it's opening up a little bit. Opening up a tad. Oh, it's opening up. It's opening up. My god. My god. A little bit more to the right. Oh, Johnny. Jesus. That was insane. That was insane. Again, right? Do you see how completely insane it would be to do that in real life? Do some people attempt it? Yes. Do a few survive? Sure. Do most die? Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's gonna be more. There's gonna be more. Great. No passa nem Wi-Fi. Wage just said, that's so thick, not even Wi-Fi signal is gonna make it through. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Zombie. Yes, Luxionic, exactly. Would you climb to a safe terrain height and try ahead? Yes, Ibanez, but in this plane, the problem is no attitude indicator. Super hard to fly in the soup without... Did you see that I had to keep track of the ground? Because otherwise I don't know what my attitude is. If you have an attitude indicator, it'd be easier. Yes, if I got into IMC, I'll just climb to a safe terrain height and select a heading to get me out of the weather. Usually turn around, right? When you don't have an attitude indicator, buddy, it's pretty much certain death. Dalmatian. Hey, Biohazard, what's going on, buddy? So hang some dice above you, exactly. Well, vertical speed will help, so will your magnetic compass. Because look, if I'm straight like this, the magnetic compass is not changing, right? If I'm in a turn, that magnetic compass is going to show a turn. But trust me, interpreting all that and then deducing what your attitude really is inside a cloud, very hard. Very hard. Very hard. Yeah, exactly, Dread. Oh, they look incredible, man. I just wish they had a little... Oh, look at that. I think it's a Junkers. I wish they had a little room underneath them so that I don't have to scud run. You know? Ah, so Payhan, and your instructor can sleep. No, in real life, the clouds weren't nearly this bad, and there was room in the valleys, you know, below the clouds. The clouds weren't touching the bottom of the valleys. The clouds were touching the top of the tallest mountains, but there was space between that and the bottom of the valley, so I was in that space. And here, we're going to get into it again. Fantastic. All right, here we go. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It's already looking horrendous. Like, oh, look, I can't even barely see the trees up ahead. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh! And... Oh, there it is, there it is. Oh, my God. I can't lose track of the ground. If I lose track of the ground, I'm completely screwed. But again, right, because I have to keep track of the ground, yep, then sometimes I'm too close to it. It surprises me. And... Okay, now I'm screwed. Screwed. Crap. Okay. Now, don't panic. So now, I have 0 reference with the ground, right? 0. And no attitude indicator. So now we are going to have to try and use this to figure out our attitude. Okay, so first of all, my heading is... I guess I need a little left more. And look, it's getting bigger. So I'm on a right turn. I'm fairly level on a little bit of a right turn. So let's turn left a bit. And watch now what happens. Okay, now it's coming back. Fairly level. Okay, so you can tell, right? What's happening because I started from a pretty stable situation. If I were to do like some aerobatics now and then stop and try to figure it out, oof, it would hurt. It would hurt. Well, Alpha, that's kind of cheating, so I'm not looking out. Okay, looks like I still need more left turn here. And what we also need is I need to know if I'm over the water, because I think what happened is I think we went over that cliff. Remember the mountains, all of a sudden they stop? And then there's a huge drop-off. If I knew that I was past that, then I can lose all this altitude and see if I can get under the clouds, because the water may be open, you know? Oh, still turning left, so let's go right more. How about the mountain right ahead of you? New spawns, hopefully no mountain right ahead of me. Yeah, there are some people out there, but I don't know where they are or what they're doing. Oh, more left. So I need to know, right? I need a GPS. I need a GPS to see where am I in relation to the mountains. Then I can descend and save myself. Or I can start descending now and hope for the best. Because I can pretend I didn't have GPS, right? Maybe I'll do that. I'm going to establish a like a 500 foot per minute descent. And hope that I'm going to be able to see the terrain enough coming up, if there is terrain under me, that I won't crash into it, you know? Correct, Wage. None. She's porpoising, right, as she establishes herself on a... as she settles on a descent. Yeah, Ibanez. Yes. But your life depends on it, so you can't panic, right? Okay, I think my heading is... I think I need more right heading here. So a little turn to the right. My compass is showing an increase. So I am turning to the right. Can't see anything out there. I'm passing 4,300. No, 3,300. Okay, I think my heading is good. I'm going to try and level up. And if I leveled off properly, my heading will stay. Nope. It was too much. Okay, a little more to the right. And I'm going down a little too fast here. So I'm going to add a little power. Wait, 400 feet? Mephiston, are you serious? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to go all the way down to the ocean. What? That's horrendous, Mephiston. Horrendous. Can you find the sun? Not really, so it's too dark. It's too dark. But I have a magnetic compass, right? And I think I'm doing okay. Nah, it's too much. Let's go left. Down to the ocean, but not much further. I just don't know if I'm over the ocean already or if I'm still over land, you know? That's what I wish I'd know. A hula girl for the visor, yeah. Your flight at a massive cold... Oh! Oh, hello! Oh! The coast. The coast. Oh, and terrain. Look at this. I wasn't that far. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay, now we need to find Ubatuba. Is it... No! This is it! Literally, we literally came out. I think this is it. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm reading the beach, you know what I mean? Like the... Yep, this is it. Look, this is the main road that turns this way. There's a roundabout there. And then this road, oh no, sorry. With the roundabout you go that way, and then that road goes right by the airport. Yeah, right there. I think this is it. I think this is Ubatuba. Hold on a second. Yeah, no kidding, Dread. No kidding, buddy. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, with the apron right at the beginning here. Okay, cool. Usually the wind's coming in from the ocean, so I think I'm going to land towards the ocean here. Okay, so let's enter a right downwind for whatever runway that's going to be. I don't remember, Baganario. Azevedo, it is, isn't it? I think so too, buddy. I think so too. Now you gotta, well, yeah, that's right. There's a, I was gonna say, there's a hill very close to Fino. You gotta watch for that. Okay, somebody's already on the ground. I see it. All right, here we go. I'll be making calls. Let's slow her up now. First notch of flaps. I'm gonna keep it a little tight because of the hill here. Slowing her up on the turn too. Landing light strobes are on. Second notch of flaps. Little bit high, and you can see it's a pretty short runway, but we're flying a Cub, so full flaps. We got full flaps both sides. Bringing it in. It's a hugely displaced threshold, right? Yeah, Wage. Maybe not in this weather. Right? Maybe not in this weather. Oh, there's a Junkers. Right? Is that a Junkers? I think so, doing a flyby. Alright, here we go. I hope I got the wind right. I think I did. Look at these Junkers. It looks like there's a little crosswind from the right, so I think I got it right. Baganario, yeah. Definite crosswind from the right. Watch the speed. Let's land with the, I'm gonna try the right wheel first. There we go. Oh. There. Right wheel is on the ground. This is pretty cool. Riding the right wheel on the ground. And because of that crosswind, right? I got the right wing dipped down low. And now we put the other wheel down. Kill the power. And taxi in. Yeah, there's quite a bit of wind, I think. Thanks, Johnny. Appreciate that, man. Tubes, it's in route. Just do exclamation mark route. Flaps up, especially with this amount of wind. I don't want to have flaps down as if I don't need them. Right, it's more area for a gust of wind to pick me up. Okay, I'm not being safe with the taxiing here because I'm not S-turning. Thanks, barbecue. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. Look at all these Cubs and a Junkers here, just like in real life. Oh, Sassanach, no way, dude. Could you actually see me landing on one wheel? I wanted to go to the outside view, but I didn't know if it was set up for my controls or not. So I can try again. Ah, thanks, Alpha. Appreciate that, buddy. Oh, this guy wants me to park over here. No, that's... There's an aircraft there, buddy. Oh, watch your head. All right, no parking brakes. And with an engine like this, you turn it off by turning off the ignition like that. Or no, maybe not. Actually, I wanted to see if this was the fuel valve. Oh, I guess not. Interesting. Ah, thanks, SNH, yes. Sounds good. What about this? Carb heat, maybe? Maybe. Maybe I should do another landing with the one wheel and we can watch it from the outside. Oh, cabin heat, okay. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna do a little... Take advantage of the crosswind and do a little one wheel landing here, practice. Kinda like what we had coming in. Love that noise. Love that noise. Supposed to land the DC-6 on that runway. Not with the, well, okay. So, yes, but not with proper margins. Right? Not with proper margins. It's, I want to say, no, let's just look. Let's just look. I don't remember how big it is. Okay, 945 meters. So it's basically a kilometer long, right? Hey, let's go, Lee. Thank you very much for that, dude. I appreciate that. So it's 1,600 feet. Yes. Is that right? No, that's not right. That's not right. It's about 3,000 feet. 3,200 feet. 3,200 feet. Let's go with 3,200 feet. Yeah, Dread, of course. So, but that 32 is the entire pavement, which you can use for landing. No, sorry, for takeoff, but not for landing. Right? That displays threshold means if you're landing this way, you can't use that part of the runway. So, yes, you can land it, but not with the correct margins. All these Junkers, man, that's amazing. That is amazing. Okay, let's do some one-wheel landing practice, okay? So for that, I'm going to keep it on the external view. Right here. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to do one of these. Maybe like this. Well, we'll see. We'll see when we get in the air. All right. So let's see here. This guy, turn that ignition on. Clear prop. Nice. Perfect timing. All right. Let's go. Ah, barbecue. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, let's see. Is cabin heat and the black one is choke. Okay. And if you would have gone on top, then there would be a nice hole for you to descend through just off the coast. Oh, good to know, man. Good to know. Thanks, JP. Thank you. All right, guys, we're going to take off that way. A lot of the wind is pretty much crosswind. Not all of it, but I think we're going to be okay. I'm not going to use any flaps. I'm going to try no flaps, okay? And so same thing. For the takeoff, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to do this takeoff on one wheel, right? So I'm going to add some power. I'm going to get the tail in the air. Whoa. There we go. Come on, baby. There we go. Tail in the air. Whoa! Tail in the air. Oh, it's so hard to do this backwards like this. Nah, it's too hard to do it backwards. Okay, let me get her in the air, and I'll show you what I mean. Way too hard to do it backwards. Alright, so here we come, right? Wind's coming from the right. So what we're gonna do is as we approach the runway, and we want to maintain center line, we have to either crab or, but I don't want to land crabbed. So then what I do, right, is I take the crab out, and then I have to drop the right wing just to keep the plane from not following the center line, right? So you can tell that for me to fly over the center line, I have to fly a little bit crooked, right? I have a little bit of left rudder and a little bit of right aileron, and then I can align the aircraft with the runway, and I can also not drift, right? Okay, so I kind of showed you why landing on one wheel is a thing, and it's simply because you don't want to be crabbed on a landing, and you'd have to be when a crosswind, otherwise you're going to drift, or if you decrab, then the wind's going to be blowing you sideways, and you don't want to land with side velocity like that, so you have to drop a wing. Did that make any sense? Yes, Johan, it definitely would, and I totally forgot about it, and I'm going to try and use it. Let's try this again. Now I'm going to touch only the right wheel on the runway in that sort of dip that I was in before, but I won't finish the landing. I'm just going to roll down the runway on one wheel, showing you kind of how you balance the aircraft, and then after that, I'll go around, and then we'll come back in for another one. All right, so here we go. Dread. Not even close, buddy. Not even close. All right, so here we go. Start with the crab, right? I'm crabbing. Okay, take the crab out, drop the right wing. Okay. And now let's try and touch just that right wheel. Whoa. There we go. Right wheel is down. And now, whoa, I'm hopping a little bit, sorry, because it's kind of hard to do this from the outside. But basically, you can now fly down the runway this way, right, on one wheel, balancing the aircraft between touching the wingtip,
Princess Pharmacy, just
right, or not. Okay, let's add some power here. Hey, Princess Pharmacy, what's going on? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. 4-month streak. Let's go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Kamo, what's going on, man? All right, so guys, did that make sense? Thanks, Ego. It took me a little while to get balanced on it, but then I was able to actually do it, right? How much wind would you need to practice this? I'd say if it's a direct 90-degree crosswind neck, or better yet, let's say the crosswind component would have to be about probably 7 knots or higher, I would say. Maybe 10 knots. Ah, perfect, Wage. All right, now we're going to try this with flaps. Okay? With flaps, we're going to be flying slower, so things are going to be a little easier because they're going to happen a little slower. All right, let's go. Odin is here. What's going on, Odin? Good to see you, man. I'll consider it a flyby to boost my ego. Look, Sionica, that's funny, dude. That is funny. Okay, rain is getting to us, but that's still okay. I'm going full flaps. There we go. Now, full flaps, I'm going to be flying slower, but also I have a much bigger area exposed to any gusts that hit the aircraft. So if it's gusty, going full flaps might not be the way to do it, right? But also know that if you do that, oh, Mr. Thou, thank you very much for that Prime sub. If you do it, go ahead, but know that any gusts are going to upset the aircraft more than if you didn't have full flaps or flaps at all. Mr. Thou, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. I suppose that even a day that I didn't really plan content for, I've been feeling pretty bad these past few days. I guess we made something out of it, didn't we? It's pretty nice. All right, so here we go. Look, I'm going to show it from inside now as we have the crab. So look, I'm on the runway center line pretty much, right? But look at where I have to keep my nose to keep that center line. Obviously, not down the runway, right? Actually, I'm still blowing a little bit, so I need a little more to the right here. Okay. Speed is pretty good. All right, so here's another way to do it, is I'm going to take, if I just take the crab out, look, let's take the crab out and see what happens. So now I'm aligned with the runway, but let's see if that wind is going to let me stay on center line. No, look, we're slowly drifting to the left. See how we're already off the center line, right? I'm already off the runway already. Okay, so that's why when you take the crab out, but then you got to drop that right wing. Otherwise, the wind's is gonna carry you, right? So here we go. I'm gonna try and do this whole thing already on a pretty good dip over here. Here we go. Getting ready for that right wheel touch. There it is. Little hop. Get it back on. Okay. Wheel is down. And so you can see how you can balance the aircraft on that wheel, right? As much as you want. It's not too bad. It takes some practice for sure, but it's not too bad. Going through your VOR and DB videos on YouTube, and it's all good stuff. You're an excellent teacher. Thank you, Mr. Dow. I appreciate you saying that, buddy. Thank you so much. Junkers 52 airline flights would be fun. A lot of rolls, a good few years into its service life, might not be Twitch friendly. Yeah, Luxionica, you're right about that. But I definitely want to do some airline flights because you're right. It was used in airline service shortly, but actually after the war, it was also used in airline service in some places. And we're definitely going to do that. Is this common practice? Seems kind of dangerous. GNAC, I would say it's common for tail draggers, pilots, but it's a more advanced maneuver. You don't learn this early on, right? This is not something you have to master for your private pilot check ride or anything like that. It is definitely something that's good to know, but not really needed. Now, I'll show you another thing you can do, which is actually the same thing we did on takeoff, and that is to land at a certain angle on the runway instead of exactly aligned with the runway to help you with the crosswind. So this time, instead of landing one wheel first, we're going to land both wheels down at the same time, but we're going to do it not exactly on runway heading. Hello, DNH. How's it going? Oh, thank you, mods, for putting the Piper Cub in there. All right, let's start flapping up here. So, back with the power. There's a new fighter style Horus premiered at FS Expo. What was the brand? Ah, yeah, I didn't talk about that. So, Hammer, a fighter style? No, I saw, like, commercial aviation ones. There's a 737 one by Thrustmaster. Actually, it's a 787, I suppose, the Dreamliner one. I'm full flaps now. And then Turtle Beach had their throttle, quadrant, and yoke combo there too. And Honeycomb, of course, was showing off their stuff. But did Honeycomb have a fighter one? Really? No way. Okay, guys, so my plan here is going to be to land right on this corner of the runway here in that direction. So at a diagonal, basically, right? Because the wind's coming from the right. but I don't need that much crab, right? It's not like super crazy. So, in this case, I'm gonna come in over here, get my speed ready, and when I touch down, I'm not gonna be facing exactly down the runway, but that's okay, because this plane stops pretty fast too. Flies slow, lands slow, stops quick. So watch, here we go. And get it on. And we're on. And look, I can almost bring her to a full stop before I run out of runway and have to align my heading. So that's another thing you can do, right? Flaps up as soon as we land, because I don't want that barn door hanging out there. And letting the... Oh my gosh. Whoa! Hey, Sewell, how's it going? Oh, it's large commercial planes. I imagine that'll have a pending update. That's correct. As a matter of fact, it's not a pending update when you start the sim. Careful with that. I mean, not careful, but be aware. You actually have to go and download it manually in your content manager. Or, sorry, Marketplace. In Marketplace. Get it from Marketplace. Download it from Marketplace. All right. All right, all right, all right. Not bad. Not bad. Guys, questions on that maneuver or anything else so far? But that's right, Sewell. That's because the plane doesn't exist in your sim just yet. And so when your sim is asked to display a Junkers, it says, well, I don't have that, so I'm going to display something I have. Quite the bounce with the Airbus there. Oh, oh! Oh yeah, for sure, Miro. Those are real-life maneuvers. To water variants, not really, Ginac. No, and as a matter of fact, I am not checked out on water seaplanes, right? So I have zero comments there. I don't believe this works. That's a whole different world of flying, right? Flying, taking off and landing in the water. So because I've never done it, I don't have any expertise. I have a lot of ignorance in that area. I won't comment. Kenny. When touch and go turns into slam and crash. Oh my god. Of course, Sewell. It's my pleasure, man. Maybe we can learn together. Gamer, that would be amazing. That would be really cool, actually. I should go do my license in real life. Need money for that, right? But I should go do my license in real life and then replicate those lessons here in the sim. Like a seaplane rating. Right? That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. Now we have a little aerobatic fun with this cub and see what she can do. Since we're just having kind of a fun day anyways.
Halter just resubscribed for 4 months.
Awesome. Let's go, Halter. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, that is an idea, and I think it's a good idea, Arctic, but that's an expensive idea too. So that's maybe we'll shelve that for when we're able to do that. Ah, what's up with that, Kenny? No flaps, right? No. Say hello to people on the beach. Hello, people on the beach. Yeah, Luxonic, I saw that. I saw that, buddy. That was a very sloppy hammerhead. Try maybe a high-speed one-wheel touch. Don't know if I can do that. Never say never, right? It's harder to keep it on the ground. She hops a lot more, but totally doable. Oh, GNAC, most planes can move like this. Oh, don't stall. There we go. Yes, NDH, much better. Thank you, buddy. And as the day has progressed, I feel a lot better, too. No, I never got the GBUR, at least not yet, gamer. Not yet, right? There we go. Yeah, gamer, it is. Is this the Fabio Flight Circus? Yeah, kinda is. Kinda is. Alright, let's try the Bob Hoover stream. Let's try that hammerhead again. Oh, hi, kitty. Hey, a little bit better. Not clean, but a little bit better. Hello, girl. How are you? Oh, look at that Junkers. Let's try and fly a little formation with that Junkers, shall we? Let's go. Let's join up. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Hey, over COVID, Rennie Druck. Oh, out of isolation tomorrow. That's amazing, buddy. That's amazing. Oh, the Junker's a little too fast for me. A little too fast. I'm maxed out. Rennie Druck, sorry you caught it, and really glad that tomorrow is your last day. Oh, such relief, man. Johan, I love aerobatics, man. Maybe I should do more, right? Maybe I should do more in the channel, but I love aerobatics. Let's cut the corner. Look, cutting the corner is going to allow us to join that guy a little bit better, even though we're slower. Although it looks like he's slowing too. All right. Let's see if we have enough power to stay in formation. Hey, a little too fast still. Little too fast. No, I mean, Miro, you know, you can say, oh, you can't do that with an airliner. Look, physically, you could try and they would probably do it, right? The problem is if you screw it up, planes like that obviously are not designed to do stuff like that. So if you screw it up and put the plane in a weird sort of aerodynamic situation, it could be unrecoverable, right? Could be unrecoverable. So, oh, Kitty, that's my Trek IR, sweetheart. It's going to be hard to fly without it. Formation especially. So, if you do it properly, whatever that means, how do you do that in a 747, but you could technically do it, you would probably be okay. But if you screwed it up, you may not be able to get out of it. Oh, I see, Kenny. I see. Hold on. For now, I'm just trying to kind of lock into formation here into this Junker and check out this beautiful model. Look at what an amazing model this is, right? Amazing. And thank you for slowing down, by the way. That allows me to stay in formation. Really appreciate that. Oh, look at the... Did you see that? I was right at the LOD edge there. Hold on, let me try that again. I'm going to try and get to the LOD edge. See if we can get it to shimmer into the other model. Oh my god, yes, Hammernails, of course. Here we go. Should be right about here. Oh, guess not. Oh, there it is. And it switched. Yeah, okay, got it. Got it. Let's try and get close again. Ah, hey, guy name. How's it going, buddy? There we go, look. Oh, there it is, and it shifts. Wow, it's quick, actually. This one right here, guy name. All right, we're gonna lock in now and do very close formation. Okay? Oh, I forgot that it disappears. Shoot. That stinks. Okay, we'll stay as close as we can without it disappearing then. And you can tell that I'm not really looking outside at all, including terrain, right? Doesn't matter. The leader doesn't want to die, so he's probably not going to crash into terrain. So if I just keep my position, I should be able to stay safe. Emphasis on should. But the other side of that coin, is that if the leader makes a mistake and crashes into the ground, chances are I'm gonna die with him because I won't see it until it's too late, right? Whoa, slowing down. Are we drag racing? Formation flying. Who's leading? He is, gamer. I'm just following. And just trying to stay in position here, you know? Too close. Oh, who's the pilot? Good question. It's either Luxionica or Gendikut. Let's see. Yeah, Kenny, for sure. Oh, I forgot I turned them off. I turned them off. Hold on. Oh, it's not. It's Cam. It's Cam. What's going on, Cam? It's me, says Cam. That's awesome, Cam. Doing some good flying there, sir. Some good flying there. Oh, I thought there was going to be a street. The street ended. This plane is very fun to fly, and it does fly very much like the real thing. Very much. Some escort fighters, yeah, for the 52, you're right. You're right, Winokur. Oh, Junker's aerobatic, you know what? Luxionica, why don't we give it a try? But I want to try that plane, guys, with enough time. I just realized it's already 1:11 p.m. I wanted to try the Junkers today, but I also want to spend enough time in it. You know what I mean? Like, I want to spend proper amount of time in it. You know me. You know me. "40 minutes on the ground or more. Or more." There's that first wheel. Oh, stay on center line. And she's gonna stop flying soon, so let's put the second wheel down. There we go. Monday's stream could be a test flight, then an airline flight with a Varig livery on Flight Sim TO if you don't have anything planned already. Actually, I don't, and that sounds wonderful, Luxionica. But I think I'm actually gonna stream this weekend, guys, because I haven't streamed all week. I have my kids this weekend, so I can't stream all day, but I think I'm going to stream for a couple of hours tomorrow and a couple of hours on Sunday. Don't know yet what's going on, but usually on the weekends there's like stuff going on VAT Sim, there's group flights, you know, there's a bunch of stuff. So we just need to find what's happening this weekend. Yeah, I figured you guys would like some weekend stuff. Going through a startup of a new plane is always good with you. Thanks, G-Nac. I'll put the link to the livery and stream links for you. Thank you, Luxionica. Thank you. Weekend stream hype, yes. And if any of you guys have any documents, real world manuals or anything on the Junkers, send it my way via Discord. Would love to see that kind of stuff. Mustafa! Hey, Mustafa. Check this out, buddy. Check this out. Oh, there he is. Sorry, just doxed you. That's awesome. How's it going, Mustafa? Great to see you, buddy. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So yeah, guys, I think I'm gonna call it, and I'll be back tomorrow. Don't know what time yet. I have to figure out what we're doing with the kids and stuff. But I'll do a couple hours tomorrow, a couple hours on Sunday, and then Monday we'll pick up back up again. Typical 1300 Zulu, right? It's always flight paper time, Dalmatian. You mean just to have a look? You mean have a look? I have a feeling that Dalmatian wants this because he may have posted a couple of things. Maybe just a... Whoa. Luxionica. Wow. I love this shot. Is this Grand Canyon? And by the way, where do I get the R44, guys? Ooh. Wow. Hey, Johnny, that's awesome, dude. Are you home now? Yes, Touch the Clouds. Really enjoyed your talk last weekend at the seminar. Thank you very much, sir. I am home now, and thank you for saying that. I'll have a look. I have some World War II era RAF documents on my... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, Luxionica. That would be incredible, dude. Oh, Ayers Rock. Got it. That was awesome. Oh, my God. This looks so good, dude. This is the Electra. Right here. Yep. How is the Electra, by the way? Ah, Bjornar. Well, it is the end of the stream, buddy. Oh, what? Dalmatian. That's cool, dude. I know, Bjornar. But guess what, Bjornar? I'm going to be back tomorrow for a couple of hours and back on Sunday for a couple of hours. So I'm streaming this weekend. Something I normally don't do. Wow. Wow. This angle. Look at that turbocharger. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Oh, you got the fall trees, huh? Nice. I see you're playing with some lightning there. That's cool. New test. Oh, that looks nice. Anyways. Alright, guys. It's not the best, to be honest. It has its issues. R44 link is in the stream links for you. Okay, thank you. Oh, is it free? Is it free? Okay. It is an alpha. It is an alpha, first of all, so let's respect that. But it sounds like it's not the best, so we'll give it a try. We'll give it a try. Okay. Guys, that's all I had for you today. Let's find somebody to raid. Right? Oof. Cat's like, I'm out of here with that singing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We got this. Look. Search for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Get Amaranth. I know. You know. Hey, man. Hey. No comments. No comments. Sounds like people that search for Microsoft Flight Simulator also search for Amaranth. Okay. Ciampino to Budapest. Okay. Oh, hello. Flying classic aircraft. Is this a lady or a guy? I can't tell. Ah, transgender. Okay. That's why I got a little confused. If you can't handle that, that's just move along. This is awesome. All right. Yeah, Hammer. Exactly. Exactly. What are we supposed to do when you go offline? Please type my name in your arm. What? Got it, JP. It's still in development. Yep, got it. Got it. Yeah, exactly, gamer. This is it. Plus, I want to see some Junker stuff. I like it. All right. Root beer tuna. Root beer tuna. Time. I'm so easy to entertain. Time to raid! All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's say hi to Root Beer Tuna. This is going to be awesome, guys. This is going to be awesome. Hey, everybody. Love you guys. Thank you for being here today. Great to be back. I'm feeling much, much better. And I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow and Sunday. So keep an eye on Discord or just keep your alerts on. And when I go online, you get it. I can't wait to see you guys. Thank you, guys. Love you. Let's go say hi to Root Beer Tuna. See ya. Oh, wrong button. I hadn't pressed the button yet. Let's do that again. Let's do that again. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Love you guys. See ya.
I love when you people spell words wrong in their names.